I'd like to call the Nashville Town Council agenda meeting for August the 26th to order, please. Let us please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Let us pray. Father, we invite you into this town council meeting tonight, seeking your wisdom and your guidance to treat our citizens fairly in all ways, in your name. Now it is time for public comment period that does not deal with the items for the joint public hearing. And I have Wendy Chapman, if you come forward and give your name again and your address.
Mayor,
yes.
A matter of procedure, would you mind reading the instructions to the audience about how tonight's meeting is going to go?
Okay.
And then you will present the first public hearing.
Okay.
Well, it's all in there.
Okay, Ms. Chapman, if you just, this will take about 5 minutes. Are you comfortable standing there while I read it? Good evening, everyone, and thank you for attending tonight's meeting of the Nashville Planning Board and Town Council. We have 3 public hearings on the agenda. A rezoning of 9.48 acres at 609 Weston Avenue, a special use permit for more than one multifamily building at 608 Weston Avenue, and a special use permit for more than one multifamily building on 12.6 acres of land on East Old Spring Hope Road across from the Cross Creek subdivision. The Town Council will not make a decision tonight on the rezoning or special use permit. Tonight's meeting is to obtain public comment on the rezoning request and to receive factual testimony on the special use permit request. Upon conclusion of the public hearings, the Planning Board will discuss the rezoning request and special use permit request and formulate recommendations to the Town Council on them. The Town Council will decide on the rezoning and special use permits on Tuesday, September the 1st at 7 p.m. during its regular council meeting. Tonight, the public hearings will go as follows. I will request a motion and a second from the council to open the public hearings. I will introduce each item. Our planning director, Sherry Moss, will summarize and show each one. Then the applicant will explain and show his or her request to the town council and planning board. Planning board members and town council members will ask questions of the applicant. After that, I will open the floor to the public for their questions and statements. For the rezoning public hearing item 5A, speakers do not have to sign in with the town clerk, and they may state and express their support or opposition of the requested multifamily rezoning and their reason why. Comments and statements at this portion of the meeting must pertain to the rezoning of the property from R10, moderate residential density, to multifamily, high residential density, the compatibility and appropriateness of the multifamily zoning classification with existing area land uses, and the multifamily zoning's overall harmony with the area. Letters, petitions, and signatures in support or opposition of the rezoning may be presented at this time. However, any statements within them that do not pertain to the rezoning will not be acknowledged by the town council or the planning board. The special use public hearing items 5B and 5C by North Carolina state law are quasi-judicial proceedings. By law, these public hearings must be conducted like court proceedings with witness, testimony, evidence, and exhibits. Those that wish to speak must sign in with the town clerk and be sworn in by myself prior to speaking. I will do a mass swearing in of those in this room who want to speak. For those outside, I will swear them in individually before they speak. Per formal court proceedings, speakers may only give testimony that is based on credible and factual evidence. No opinions, hearsay, myths, or baseless conjecture is allowed. If someone is going to say the proposed development will decrease the value of their property, it must be based on an appraisal or written statement from a professional realtor and submitted for the record. Also, petitions and signatures in support or opposition of the special use permit are not permissible because they are not sworn testimony. All speakers must speak from the microphone, stand so their statements can be heard by all, and recorded in the public record of the meeting. Everyone is expected to be respectful and polite during tonight's meeting. At the end of each public hearing, I will ask 3 times if there is anyone else who wishes to speak or give testimony. Upon the 3rd call, that public hearing will be closed and no further public comment will be allowed on that matter. At the conclusion of the 3 public hearings, the council will adjourn its council meeting and the planning board will commence its advisory board meeting. The planning board may direct additional questions to the applicant, but no further public comment will be allowed. For the rezoning request, the planning board will review the intent of the multiple family zoning district, its allowable land uses, the consistency of the rezoning request with the town's land use map, and the planning director's recommendation on the rezoning North Carolina law does not require a rezoning to be consistent with the land use map, but it does require the planning board and town council to acknowledge the slated land use of the property on the land use map. The planning board will determine if the permitted uses in the multifamily zoning district are compatible and in harmony with the surrounding area and make a formal rezoning recommendation to the council. For the special use permit request, the planning board will receive the planning director's recommendation and then will make findings of fact on whether or not the special use will endanger public health or safety, whether or not it meets the required conditions and specification in the zoning ordinance, whether or not it will be detrimental to the adjoining and abutting properties' value, and whether or not it is in harmony with the surrounding area. The planning board will give a formal recommendation to the town council on each special use permit request. Thank you for listening. Okay, Ms. Chapman, will you please state your name and your address?
Mayor, if I may interrupt, the agenda, you're going to ask for a motion and second of the council to open the public hearing.
This is just the public
Does she have
comment.
public comments that are not related to this?
This is not related. Okay,
Sorry.
go ahead.
My name is Wendy Chapman, and I'm co-owner of the property at 610 Western Avenue. I want to direct my general comments both to the town office, to the planning board, and to the town council. Anytime there is a meeting planned like this, everybody says, let's get a lot of people there, we want to hear from a number of citizens, but respectfully, I'd like to remind the councils that we're in the middle of a pandemic, and that people who otherwise would have been here to speak were afraid to come out in this situation. In fact, I didn't even want my 89-year-old mother here tonight. Furthermore, in an unprecedented time where people are not able to gather together, I find it very disturbing that people could not even join in via Zoom. There were people who wanted to speak, who called the town office and were told that that was not an option. Secondly, if the town council is truly a council of the people, then please, please re-examine your ordinances and practices disseminating information and assuring that all of the people in this community have a fair voice. When a project of this scale that will affect an entire community is proposed, all of the people in that area need to receive notice, not just the adjoining property owners. Timely notification of changes to the newspaper in order for citizens to know what's going on is critical. And following your own required timelines for posting the agenda ahead of time instead of doing it the day before. Finally, I have been unable to get a valid response from anyone regarding why both a rezoning hearing and a special use hearing on the same property is being held in the same meeting in the same night. The response has been because Nashville has always done it that way and because it is convenient. You are giving unfair advantage to the big corporations and slighting the average citizens like myself and other property owners in this room. Because how have you slighted us? Because we have had to make the decision of whether to retain expensive legal counsel that may end up not being necessary. And in the event that the rezoning is passed, we will not have adequate time to secure that necessary legal counsel should we decide to do so. Now, of course, that doesn't matter to the big corporations because they're sitting with an attorney in their pocket at all times. But it does matter to the average, everyday citizen who is, in fact, the people in this town who pay the taxes. Just because it has always been done this way does not mean it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chapman. Christy Briggs.
Thank you for the opportunity to express my opposition to the rezoning of the property.
Hold on, wait, this part, we have to go into the hearing portion of it.
You would
Is
have
this
to
just-
wait to the next.
Right, we're just taking
Okay.
general comments that don't have to do with
Okay.
the hearing, sorry.
Are there any other general comments? If not, do I hear a motion that we go into our joint public hearings?
So moved. Second.
All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Let us now look at item A. Public hearing to receive comments on Z 2020-03, request to rezone property located at 608 Weston Avenue from R-10 to medium-density residential, zoning district to M-F, multiple family residential zoning district. This parcel contains approximately 9.45 acres and is identified by Nash County Tax Parcel Number as 3800063997776. And at this time, I'll turn it over to the Planning Department, Ms. Sherry Moss.
Okay, the petition property is surrounded by multifamily, R10 medium density residential, R6 high density residential, B1 business, I1 industrial, and A1 agricultural zoning districts with close proximity to downtown and Highway 64. With regards to the future land use map, the petition property is classified as low residential growth, whereas under the zoning map is classified as medium density residential. The surrounding areas, according to the future land use map, are low, medium, and high density residential growth, agricultural, industrial, and commercial growth. However, with regards to the surrounding land uses, the proposed amendment would keep the residential character of the area. The rezoning request from R10 to multifamily as presented is to allow multifamily land use to be established at the petition property. Currently, the multifamily land use is not permitted under the parcel's current zoning district. The R10 and multifamily zoning districts have numerous uses that are permitted the same with the exception of a few uses that are permitted differently. And in your summary, on your agenda report, you see the chart that you have, these are the uses that differ. between the R10 and MF. And also in the packet that you have your application with the land description, the vicinity map, the zoning map, the land use map, the description of districts, the table of permitted uses showing the comparison between the R10 and the MF zoning districts, the uses, permitted uses. And finally, you have your setback chart with both R10 and MF highlighted.
Have you finished? Is
Yes.
that, okay. At this time, those that would like to speak, I'm going to swear you in as a group. So would you please stand if you are planning to speak and repeat after me, and I'm going to hold the Bible for us.
Mayor, for the rezoning, you don't have to swear people in for the public hearing on the rezoning. It's only for the conditional use.
Okay, thank you. We'll get this squared away soon, I'm sorry. All right, let's start with Christy Briggs, since we had her sit down.
Okay, let's try this again. Thank you for the opportunity to express my opposition to the rezoning of the property at 608 Western Avenue. My name is Christy Smith Briggs. My parents built our home 2 lots down at 612 Western Avenue, and I grew up in that house, and upon my mother's death, it will belong to me. I'm opposed to the rezoning because I feel that allowing the construction of 6 3-story apartment complexes with a total of 144 units will be detrimental to our neighborhood and to our town. Number one, it will create a traffic nightmare. Most likely, it will necessitate the widening of Western Avenue, which in turn will require that the property owners, like my mother, will have to forfeit much of their front yards. This decrease in road frontage will have a negative impact on our property value. There will undoubtedly be a tremendous increase in noise. Most importantly, the statistics on crime associated with such large multifamily housing properties frightens me terribly. From the research I've done, I've learned that there is a significant increase in crime in and near high-density apartments, which is defined as 133 units or more. Furthermore, the majority of robberies, domestic violence, aggravated assaults, and homicides have occurred in such complexes.
Mayor, if I may, with regard to the rezoning, the public hearing and the statements with the rezoning, you only do with the rezoning of the property, not the conditional use permit, which is the 6 buildings, the 144 units. That's for the next public hearing. This public hearing is strictly for the rezoning.
That was not made clear. And that is not why any of us are here.
If you read the instructions that were handed out.
I just got them when I walked in the door
It states
tonight.
that.
So,
Yes, you will have a chance to speak to those things at the public hearing for the conditional use permit.
We're here now. Why not hear us now?
Because it's very procedural.
it's the same thing, though. It'll be just in 25 to 30 minutes from now that we go into the special use permit portion of it, when we can discuss that end as far as the buildings and statistics. If you want to speak generally from moving something from R10, which is the medium density, to a higher density of the multifamily units, that's what we're looking to hear about right now.
Well, I thought that's what I was speaking about, the multifamily house unit. The crime, the noise, the widening of the highways, all of that relates.
With all due respect, none of this is clear to those of us who are here to speak.
So can we just allow them to speak off their sheets what they're saying, and as a council and as a board, we disregard anything that has to do with the special use permit portion of it? Do you know what I'm saying? So,
Yes. I mean, is everybody understanding that we're, we have multiple hearings going on right now. We're going to have 3, 2 of which are about this property and 1 on another piece of property. So it's obviously, it would be confusing if you were to come up here and talk about that other piece of property and this piece of property. We need to handle things one after another, and everybody who wants to speak will have a chance to speak, and everybody who wants to speak about rezoning can speak about rezoning, and everybody who wants to speak about the special use permit can speak about the special use permit. So everybody will have a chance. It'll be two different things, and it's simply a matter of talking about the first thing first and the second thing second. And if you want to speak about zoning and you want to speak about the special use permit, you just come up, you speak about zoning, and we'll hear everybody that wants to speak about zoning. That will be over, and then there won't be any discussion or anything like that. We'll move straight into the hearing on the special use permit. And then if anybody who wants to speak to the special use permit, which can be many of the same people who spoke about zoning, can come up. It's just simply two different things. And it's very important that it be done this way, because even though on a practical level it may seem like those are very similar things, it can be very consequential for the town if the town does not follow the proper procedures. As has already been mentioned, that the town is under an obligation to follow the right procedures. And so that's why I am telling them that they must follow the right procedures. And when it comes to the second hearing, the evidence that's presented must be presented under oath. Once again, anybody who wants to speak can speak, but you have to speak under oath. And when you're speaking under oath in the second hearing, you must speak to facts, or if you want to render an opinion, you have to be an expert who's an expert able to render that opinion under that scenario. So what we need to do now is receive comments just on zoning, finish out the zoning hearing, and move into the special use. I don't think the mayor is going to be very draconian about it, and I think she'll give a lot of leeway, and I don't think, and as Ms. Burns has already mentioned, we're not trying to hamper, we're trying to get things moving along, and so we don't want to have this interruption with every speaker. So if you could limit your comments just to the zoning, and then come back and speak to the special use permit in a few minutes when it's based on that. The mayor, if the mayor wants to take any
Let
questions.
me ask you something, Lawyer Edwards. Simple terms as a teacher, Christy, Ms. Britt. The first one, A, is basically your opinion. So you just say,
Well, see, the problem is we're starting to talk about 6 buildings, 3 stories high.
Right,
We're
and you
starting to
can't
get
do
into
that.
specifics. Right now, we simply need to talk about multifamily
and
in
the
general.
zoning.
So that just multifamily developments in general, and what you know about them, how you feel about them, and how that would impact the neighborhood.
And then we go into the details with B. Do you understand? Okay, sir?
My name is Craig Smith.
Craig, if you would please, sorry.
My name is Craig Smith at 610 Western Avenue, and with all due respect, I think this is probably the confusion that Ms. Chapman was talking about with before, about having them in the same meeting tonight.
Which is the way it's usually done, right? Not just
It
here, in any
may
town.
be the way it's
In any
done,
town,
but it
in any
hasn't been
town.
very clear. I think the citizens are here to speak on the proposal of the project that's associated with
Yes,
this.
and there's a hearing just for
But it
that.
has to be evidentiary type situation, which is going to eliminate a lot of the public comments that people want to make. So the two do not intertwine together, and it makes it very confusing. So it is not getting clear information from the public on their thoughts. So it's eliminating and trying to take that out of this particular
Yeah,
hearing.
and I can understand that, but just, once again, this has to be just on zoning. It can talk about the fact that part of the uses are apartment buildings, but we don't need to be referring to this particular project in the first hearing.
But with all due respect, Mr. Edwards, I think that most of the citizens here will disagree with how this is handled now in this particular situation.
Please understand that these are not rules and guidelines that the town of Nashville has drawn up for us to follow. These guidelines are handed down to us from the state. And we have to try to follow that as the attorney just spoke of, to keep the board and the town of Nashville within the guidelines that the state has laid out for us to follow. We're not trying to stifle anybody from commenting, and we do want to hear everybody's comments, but we're not, for people that haven't sit through it before, yes, it does seem like we're splitting hairs.
So if Mr.
But we didn't split them. The state has, and we are
So-
obligated to follow that.
But what you said is if Ms. Briggs has comments that she wants to make about the project the second time, she's not allowed to do it unless she present you some kind of evidence. Where's the
She can
public
speak
opinion
to any
piece of
facts that she wants to bring forward about the project.
So, for example, the fact that, or the information that she was just reading, the crime statistics and things like that, does that count as a fact that she can bring up?
I mean, that's getting close, but yes, I mean, it's the, because another thing that's happening, just so everybody understands, that if somebody renders an opinion that's not an expert, then if that statement is made as an opinion and it's from a non-expert, then the town council and the town planning board will just be under the obligation not to consider that statement when they're making their decision.
So then at what point do the citizens get to give their opinion?
Right now, we're having two different hearings right now.
Simultaneous?
Let me just, I don't think that anything I want to say is going to completely resolve everything. I understand that, but let me just, that in the world of zoning, you have two different things that are coming to a head tonight. One, the town through the town council zones property all across the town, and each area is zoned in a different area. And then if you own a piece of property that's zoned a certain way, you as a landowner have an opportunity to an obligation to follow the rules that apply to that particular piece of property. And when that's the case, then if somebody is following the rules as it regards a certain piece of property, then the town cannot stop them from using that piece of property if they're following the rules. So when you think about that, then in the second hearing, what we're having to ask, what the town council, first the planning board will have to render an opinion and recommend to the town council, and what the town council will ultimately have to decide is whether or not this particular applicant has followed the rules. And so that's why the hearing is structured the way it is because the question that's being asked is the applicant following the rules? And then the evidence that the town board needs to receive and consider is whether or not they are following the rules or not following the rules. And that's what the testimony has to be about. Are they following the rules? Or are they not following the rules? I hope that helps a little bit.
So,
Actually, it doesn't. It's a very confusing situation now, especially with the way things have sort of been explained by people through the community, including, some of the office here. So,
We're
I
going to
think
hear
it sort
you.
of it takes the opinions, the public opinions, out of the equation.
well, as Randy said, for multifamily designation, the possibility of there being apartment buildings is there. So if you want to talk, generally speaking, of what an apartment building would do to the neighborhood, and if you want to give your statistics now about what it looks like when there are large apartments, multifamily, things like that, those are things that you can state right now. But, expressly stating how many there are going to be, what they look like, how many units there are going to be, that's for the next hearing.
Thank you.
Can I finish?
Yes.
Okay. Basically, it just boils down to this. I adore this town. I have called home from most of my life, and I feel sure that most of our citizens feel the same. And I'm afraid this quaint community will lose its small-town identity if we allow such large complexes to infiltrate our neighborhoods. Louise Hidden, on the town council website, you stated that you want to preserve the town that we all know and love. Lynn Hobbs, you contend that it is your desire to see Nashville prosper and grow while maintaining its warmth and appeal. Kate Burns, you assert that you want to keep Nashville great by planning for our future while preserving Nashville's charm and small-town feel. And Larry Taylor, you told me that you are the voice of the people and that you will vote the way the people want. And I'm going to hold you all to that. And I pray that you will think about that and stay true to your statements and do not vote for the rezoning of this property. Do not set a precedent for other multi-housing complexes to be built in other neighborhoods in our town. This is not who we are. And it really is this simple. Just ask yourselves, would you want this monstrosity dropped in your neighborhood? No. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to speak next? Who would like to speak next on this part? Okay, come forward and say your name and your address, please. State your name and your address.
My name is James Harrell. I live at 707 South Bass Drive. As far as changing this from a high-density residential to a multifamily, I totally disagree with it. I am one of the unfortunate people that was stuck in one of these, which we did not know it was an addition to the town, and the town changed my zoning from what it was and put me in one of these. I have to deal with multifamily. I have been to the board before with complaints. Some of them have been issued, some of them have not. It is not good for the community, especially not this community, because it's an old community. And if it was single-family dwellings going in this, I would not object one bit. But going to a multifamily where you are concentrating people, and most of the time when you go to a multifamily, you're going to people that is a transit-type people, that they're going to stay 4, 5 years, 6 years and leave. But if they're buying a house and moving in a single family, it's going to be to what the town wants, a family-oriented business instead of, location. So I disagree with even changing it to a multifamily district.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else? State your name and your address, please.
My name is Helen Smith, and I live at 610 Western Avenue. I have been a tax-paying citizen in the town of Nashville since 1950 and have lived at the address I gave since 1955. I have seen my community grow into a quiet, safe family neighborhood during those years. I am opposed to rezoning this area from R10 to multifamily. I'm especially opposed to special use for the kinds of apartments that have been discussed and said that will be going there. It will completely change the total landscape of the community and does not fit in the area of an already established neighborhood. Mr. Hurt talked with my son and me and indicated some things he would be willing to do to be a good neighbor, but that it was solely a business decision. I would certainly hope that he could be as good as his word, whatever type of building is done. However, that does not change my concern about my security, as well as Ms. Cagle's, as we would be on each side of anything that is built there. We would be affected the most. I am concerned about privacy, where residents of a large apartment building could be able to look right down into my windows. In addition, there would be more noise, increased traffic safety issues, water runoff, 24-hour lighting, and other concerns for myself, as well as my neighbors across the road and on each side of me and my total community. There are no other places in Nashville where this kind of building has been done, has been built beside a main highway or in an already established neighborhood. Why would you go against the present 2001 comprehensive plan when you're getting ready to spend nearly $75,000 of taxpayers' money for a new comprehensive plan? Are these kinds of apartments you want visitors coming from Highway 64 bypass to see as they first enter the town of Nashville? Would you approve of these kinds of buildings to be built beside your home or even beside your mom's home? I request that the council take these concerns into consideration and not approve this kind of rezoning and the special use request, Mr. Hurd.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else that would like to speak?
Two more.
Okay. State your name and your address.
My name is Judy Edwards. I live at 629 Cuttington Lane in Nashville, North Carolina. I do not, this area does not totally affect me as a citizen, but I did have a situation years ago that would have affected me. And through hard work and all this kind of stuff, we got rid of those apartments. I totally disagree. I want to represent my neighborhood, my town. I would like for it to be a nice looking place when you come into town, and I just ask that you not rezone it to that point.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to speak?
Yes.
Okay.
My name is Susan Bell, and I live at 618 Western Avenue. Quick question. What y'all touched on with the town rules set by the state and what comes down and how the process is done? In Franklin County, it's not done that way. The process is done in a completely different way. So I don't know where that came from, but if you go on the Franklin County website, it's not done that way. Okay. So I have lived at 618 Western Avenue for 19 years. Within 19 years, I have seen a lot of growth. Let me start by saying that I'm a real estate paralegal, and I've been one for 15 years. On North Carolina real estate contract, there's a due diligence period. With this negotiation period allows the buyer a certain period of time to do the inspections and get their rezoning requirements before deciding whether or not to go ahead with the purchase of the property. My house was the last house built within the original city limits. Each house after that was annexed into the city limits. The zoning ordinance or the amendment, which singles out reclassifies the relatively small tract owned by someone and surrounded by a much larger area, uniformly zoned so as it is imposed upon a small greater tract restrictions than imposed upon a larger area, or so a relatively smaller tract from restrictions is called spot zoning. There are a couple major factors of spot zoning. The first factor to be considered is determining whether the spot zoning is a reasonable size of the tract. The general rule is a smaller tract is more likely to be held invalid. The second factor is the compatibility with the existing comprehensive zoning plan. This involves an inquiry into whether the zoning into a larger context involves a rational planning for the community. Regulations must be based on an analysis for the suitability of the land for development, the soil types, the wetland locations, and the flood areas. Whether it has the needed services for water, sewer, roads, for the existing and needed land uses, to the extent that the small area zoning fits into the logical pre-existing plan that is clearly based on the type of analysis. The third factor to be considered is the analysis in which it benefits and who it doesn't. Is it anyone harmed by the rezoning, and by what relatively magnifies the benefits or harms experienced? If the rezoning is granted, will it greatly benefit the owner? If it is denied, will it harm him or her? After the same questions are asked of the community at large, the effects must be balanced for both sides. North Carolina courts have held spot zoning must be arbitrary and capricious. So therefore, the whole zoning concept implies restrictions on the property owner giving him or her a specific use of the tract so that it's profitable, but conserving the values of the surrounding properties, not to be driven down by the structures that it has the purpose to be built on. The property is zoned residential. I personally have no problems with the owner building single-family dwellings. Let me rephrase this, single-family dwellings. I urge the town of Nashville and to look at the property and look at what's already there. Mr. Hurt's allowing someone to live on the property that has already been condemned. The property that is already there, again, has been condemned. What type of homeowner is going to allow somebody to live in that? Also, would you be fighting for the rezoning the same thing that we're fighting against if someone put that type, somebody was asking you to be rezoned again, beside y'all's house, beside your family member's house? If you would, just take the time and answer the questions that I have asked you. Really think about our homes, and please put yourselves in our shoes. I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak for A? Okay, Mr. Smith.
Thank you for hearing me again. My name is Craig Smith, and I grew up at 610 Western Avenue, enjoying the surrounding neighborhood, and currently own property there with my mother and sister. I come before you to oppose the rezoning of 608 Western Avenue from R10 to multifamily. From your description of districts in the Muni Code section, multifamily is stated, designed to provide high-density areas in which multifamily dwellings are distributed with particular regard to stabilizing and protecting the essential characteristics of the area. The proposed rezoning and possibly what the plan could be there do not meet that designation. So I have some comments and questions for you. Mr. Hurt has said that this is a business decision, and it is for him, plain and simple. Nothing else of this size could possibly be said in Nashville. Does Nashville need all of these units? Where will the people come from to rent these kind of units? What happens if they don't fill? To what level could rents be dropped to make sure that they did? Will that affect the neighborhood? How transient will the renters be? Does this really help Nashville gain citizens who want to establish roots here? What type of extra burden would a lot of new people in these projects put on the size of the city? Police, fire, schools. I've worked with developers and building through my career who have said when projects are in construction, that's close enough for government work. Let's do it this way. I can't see it from my house. I hope that would not be the case, but the reality is Mr. Hurt doesn't have established roots here. It is a business decision for him. Please don't let it be a tax money grab for the town to the detriment of the surrounding community. I also have knowledge of citizens who have called council members with a response. Why is it your concern? It's not in your neighborhood. Well, I'll tell you the concern. If it's decided to allow rezoning to a plan like this against the existing comprehensive plan and future land use, you would be saying to all the citizens of Nashville, including those on the outskirts that may be annexed one day, that the comprehensive plan doesn't matter and that you can nilly-willy plop a project on any vacant lot that may be available or may become available. You represent the town and the citizens, but don't forget, the citizens are the town. We've been told that the current comprehensive plan was created in 2011. Maybe, but it's still the current plan today. Just because it has not been updated, either because the town was satisfied with it or the town has been delinquent in updating it, it still is the plan. Why would you choose to override the plan, and especially a large project presented in this setting, given that you've just engaged professionals to do it for you? If you do, aren't you setting a precedent that a comprehensive and future land use plan really doesn't matter? And further, why spend almost $75,000 to have it done of taxpayers' money? So maybe having 2 hearings in the same night saves the town time. There has been some argument about whether that's exactly the way to do it. However, it doesn't allow the citizens enough facts, even requested, to be properly representative if needed. Is this project being pushed through prior to the professionals doing their job? The optics on this just don't look good. This proposed use for rezoning has just does not match the surrounding development as it exists and does not warrant changing it. I strongly request the rezoning be denied and at the very least tabled until the professionals have worked with the community and the town leaders, as it should be, to create a new, more interactive plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak?
I think I got one more.
Okay.
Well, my name is Charlotte Brown. I live at 204B Village Lane in Nashville. I'm actually for it, because I'm one of those transient people that come here 4 years ago. There wasn't very much property here for you to rent, but I found some locations on 203 Hurt Drive in front of the schoolhouse. Those beautiful multifamily homes. And I lived there for 3 years until I moved to Village Lane. I'm actually buying a house at 601 Cuddington and having it built because I found Nashville as a place that wants people to come in and grow and be part of the community. But as of tonight, I found out I'm a transient until I own something here. You know, it takes people that don't own something to help a town grow. All the tax money and everything for property doesn't just come from the homeowners. It comes from people buying food. I mean, I don't understand why we keep getting restaurants if we don't want to get places for people to live. There are a lot of people that don't want to own property. I actually didn't want to own property until I found Nashville. I came from Bailey. I owned property in Bailey for 10 years. Loved it. But my children went to the early college. So I moved my family where we had been our whole life to Nashville because of the exceptional early college high school. There are a lot of parents that move over here because they don't want their children to ride on a bus 2.5 hours home. My son would get out of school at 5 minutes to 5. He got home at 4:15, so he could go to school in a good school. I'm just saying, before you say transients, think about who you're talking about. Everybody, there's a whole community over there on Hurt Court of elderly people. I helped look after them because I was one of the younger ones. That doesn't want to own anything. They want somebody that's going to cut their grass. They want somebody that's going to repair stuff so that they have somewhere nice to live. I actually work next door to a multifamily unit in Rocky Mount. And I worked till 8 o'clock the other night, all by myself in that whole complex. And I wasn't worried about walking outside because there was 200 units behind our building. It depends on what kind of units you're putting in and I had to move into the area I moved in. I had to have a background check, fingerprinted, credit check, everything. I was vetted like it was no other day in the world. That's what people have to do that rent now. They get vetted. They get checked. But somebody that moves next door to you in a home don't get vetted. You could be living next door to anybody. We see that on TV every day. But those people that move into those apartments, they get background checks, they get everything. So I'm just saying, before you think about it just being transient people, anybody can build a house or anybody can buy a house next door to you. You could be living to your next Jeffrey Dahmer. You know?
Thank you. Where was the next person that wanted to speak? Over here? Okay, go ahead.
My name is William Bell. I live at 618 Western Avenue. On the states of facts, if you come in, rezone this as multifamily, the schools here is going to suffer. They already suffering. They're already overpopulated. 2018, Nashville Elementary had 712 students enrolled. By the end of the end of the school year, they had 730. And by the kindergarten, for example, had 18 students in each class. They were overpopulated by 3 students. First grade, overpopulated by 2 students. You start bringing families in like this, yes. I ain't always on property here, but I have. I own a house, a single family dwelling. So I'm opposed for rezoning this. I've seen the crime. That's all I want to say. All I'm nice I can say.
Thank you. Next, please, the gentleman over here in the red shirt.
Ad-lib a little bit. First, I want to say, I am not against the man developing his property.
We need your name and address.
where
Oh,
you
I'm
live.
sorry. Tony Koenig, 708 Westview Court, Nashville. First, I want to say, I'm not against the man developing his property. I am pro-development in Nashville. Nashville needs to grow. It needs the tax money. I understand that. To me, this is about the proportionality of the project. I've lived out there for 30 years. I remember when Railroad Street was a dirt road that ran from the town garage all the way out to Doug Sauls. I've seen Westview Court get built. I've seen Sarah Drive get built. I've seen Hale Drive get built. I've seen the Industrial Center get built. I've seen the Rescue Squad get built. We have a little bit of everything on that road. But the reason it works, because everything is proportional. Now all of a sudden it seems like we want to blow it up. Well, the thing about it is when one chooses to live in town, within the city limits of Nashville, you expect its ordinances and its land use policies to sort of give you some type of stability within your neighborhood. That's what we pay our taxes for. Well, if we're not going to follow the present land use policies that are in effect, so you have that stable growth within your neighborhood, why am I paying taxes? You know, I'd be just as good to live out in the county, pay half the taxes, and take my chances. I'm not against the man developing his property. But the problem is, what needs to be built out there needs to be proportional to what's in the neighborhood now. You know, when you come, Western Avenue, when you think about it, is the last road that you have that you can come off the main road and still see a slice of Nashville. You see a little bit of everything. This is Nashville. It's not all Burger King or McDonald's. It's not all Walmart or Food Line. This is probably the last residential street that you have that comes in off a main road. And that's my thing about it. You know, I'm not against the growth. Man can develop his property. That doesn't bother me. But it needs to be kept proportional to what's already in the neighborhood. And that's all I'm asking. Keep it proportional. We have single-family homes out there now. You know, they're pretty much one story. We do have 2-story apartments, which is Westgate. But you know what? Westgate is proportional to the neighborhood. Doug Sauls is proportional to the neighborhood. Even the industrial park is proportional to the neighborhood. Everything fits where it's at. A project that they're talking about, to me, needs to go in across from the industrial park, or maybe there by the Walmart or the Food Line, where it's more proportional, and the area can be built up proportionally around it. That's my thing about this whole thing. I'm not against the man developing his property. Build all you want, but build it proportionally. That's the main thing. Build it proportionally.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak?
Kenneth Flies, 728 Westview Court, Nashville. Good evening, Mayor, City Council member, Planning Board Committee members. Come before you today to voice my concern about the proposed zoning that's going to be going at 608 Western Avenue. I'm against changing the zoning requirements because I don't think it's like what Mr. Tony just said about it being proportional. Let's keep it proportional all the way around. And then the reason I'm against it, it'll become an eyesore and it's going to drive area property rates down, and it's also going to bring an increase in noise and traffic. How many of y'all have drove down Western Avenue recently, and especially in the mornings, where it is hard to be in bumper-to-bumper traffic trying to go to work? And then imagine putting in more multiple unit houses, and you're going to increase traffic twofold. And I want to be clear, I'm not against development. In fact, I support it. However, I want to keep the harmony in the area. Let's put just single unit, single family homes there. And then if you are going to put something here, we need to talk about, are you going to widen Western Avenue? Are you going to have sidewalks, more public issues, everything. And then also, if you had the building built beside your house, how would you feel? If you had it by your dad's house or your mom's house, how would you feel? And I really believe that this community in Nashville, I moved here 2 years ago, and I have not regretted a single time moving here until now. And I'm hoping that after this hearing that the planning board and the council and the town council, they will say no to this proposal, and we'll just keep it a single family, because all the other neighborhoods around us, we don't never hear anything from them. And I just hope that you will take all my concerns and listen to them and vote against it. And my wife, she would have been here tonight, and but she had to work, and she echoes the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? State your name and your address.
Joey Rabel, 404 South Austin Street. I'm against this only because you need to think about Stony Creek. Stony Creek is near that subdivision, and also the highway traffic, because I work at Domino's Pizza, and I go through that street almost every time I go to work to go to Momeyer and Western Avenue, to the apartments, to Sarah Drive, and all that. You need to think about also Purdue and Brownsville Foods use those all the time and all the night, during the day and during the night when they're traveling. And also y'all need to think about Stony Creek. You saw what happened in June when it got flooded. We do not want another Indian Trail problem if we have this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? State your name and your address, please.
Good evening. My name is Mike Tolson. I am a consulting engineer. My address is 1667 Thomas Betts Parkway in Rocky Mount. We have worked with the applicant on different things on this application and everything else. One thing I would like to tell you is I used to be, as of about 2 years ago, I was the county engineer for Nash County, based over here in Nashville. I love this community. It was a wonderful place to come and work every day, and I really enjoyed it. Would have considered moving here if I had been able to find options for an apartment to keep in town and be able to move. Could not find options that would really suit my family's needs, and it would have been just a weekly house for me to have traveled to and turned around and gone back to my home place, which is in Edgecombe County, on the weekends. I would say that there is a lack of available housing in this town. Couldn't find a single family home, couldn't find an apartment that really suited our needs at the time. Having worked with this specific developer and knowing the kind of product they put in, I would have considered that had this been an option at the time when I was working here in town and for the county. Our engineering firm has a long-standing history here in the area, and is more than willing to work with anybody and everything in order to be able to make this a feasible project. But I understand everybody's opposition, and probably am sticking my neck out a little too far standing up here speaking for it, but I do feel like that is a valid concern. That is an issue we had when I was working here. I could not find a place that really was the right fit for us in town, and it was honestly due to lack of inventory. I don't know if that's changed in the past couple of years, but I would tell you that it's a concern, and there's a lot of people that look for that. My wife was most recently the lead veterinarian with the Nash Community College Vet Tech program, and a lot of her students could not find good apartment space and good places to live, and several of them would have been able to enter this market rate apartment and be able to work in a multifamily and still maintain their jobs at go to school and maintain jobs around this area, but a lot of them wound up having to live at home and not be able to commute back and forth to school and to work and to fit their schedules. This is the kind of development that would locate that sort of young crowd, or this kind of zoning and this kind of development would open the door for that sort of crowd to come into town and inject a little more diverse and wide varied background into the area. I think that you have a big college that, a big community college that could feed quite a bit of this. You have hospitals, you have lots of, different professions that are looking for this sort of multifamily type thing. They don't want to have a house. They need somewhere to be while they're on shift, just so they can come in town and do their work, and then they have other remote properties that they go and live at. And that's exactly the situation I was in when I was here. It was a 45-minute commute, and it began to be a very long commute when it came to serving here. But again, I enjoyed serving the community, loved the town. There was not an option for me at the time. So, but I would tell you that you need to seriously consider being able to allow an option like this in the town so that you have those kinds of options available for those people who would be considering Nashville and not close the door to them. So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Yes, sir.
Hey, good evening. My name is Chris Winstead. I live at 216 Lucille here in town, and I just wanted to speak my opinion on opposing this program here. I won't rehash what everybody's had to say here. To the gentleman that just spoke, I don't think there's anybody in this room that's against having some more housing. Put 10 houses over there. Put a couple of duplexes. Nobody's really against growth, I don't think. And we certainly don't want our small town to lose its charm, but we also don't want it to die. But it needs to be kept in proportion, like the other gentleman said. I travel that road every day, several times a day. I don't want the traffic. There's better places for a project like this to happen. No one would want that next door to their home. For the very things that were stated here, I don't want anybody looking on my deck and in my window at night. I don't want 144 families living next door to me. I will ask the developer to tell me, do you have 144 living in the neighborhood right beside of you? And would you have bought the house that you live in had you had a 3-story apartment complex or a 2-story with 144 families living there? And it's not that I'm against any people who need housing. We all need it. I am in the rental business. I own rental houses. There is something to transients. You're not one of them, I don't think. And I'm glad you found housing. But it is a problem, and it's not the same as home ownership. And for anybody that's in the rental business, they know that. And again, nobody wants that out their back door. So to rezone multifamily in a big way like that is out of scale for that neighborhood. If there is land outside of town within a mile or between here and the community college, that's probably a good place to put a development like that. There's been several situations in this town where people proposed and wanted to do smaller projects, and the people of the neighborhood did not want it, Birchwood being one of them, in a parcel of land right beside the L&L store there. Those people in that neighborhood didn't want it either. And nobody does, and if you were going to buy a house next door to something, you wouldn't want to buy that, and you wouldn't pay as much money for that as you would for a house down the road. So to say we're not going to talk about property values, nobody here doesn't believe that it doesn't affect property values. And nobody here can tell me that it doesn't. When you have 144 families coming in, you're not going to have larger problems. We don't have to split hairs over which ones they are and who they are, but you are going to bring in 144 families. There are going to be additional problems in a neighborhood that doesn't want it. So if you do serve the people, then serve the people, and don't allow this to be done this way in a neighborhood that doesn't need this. Put it in a neighborhood somewhere that accommodates it amongst other buildings of its nature so that it doesn't stick out. I don't want an apartment complex next door to me. There's a vacant piece of property, and if we're going to do special zoning and do spot zoning, and we're going to allow people to come in and throw money around and get what they want, I may have one next door to my home. I don't want it. That house has been there since 1949. I shouldn't have someone come in and stick something like that under me, and I shouldn't have a council that would change the rules in midstream and put something there that's undesirable. We do need some housing here. Nobody's against it. It needs to be proper. It needs to be scaled to size, just like the other gentleman said. So I just wanted to voice my opinion against it. I hope y'all will consider, and I hope you will consider whether you would want this in your backyard, and would you buy the house at 610 or 612 if there was 144 families living at 6'8". I don't think anybody would. So that's all I wanted to say about that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to A? Yes?
How y'all do? I take this thing off. I've been sitting in the parking lot trying to listen to y'all, and it sounded like Kenny from South Park. So I missed a lot of the what you're supposed to do and the procedures and all this stuff. So I'm just going to start out with some background about myself.
Just give your name and your address,
All right,
please.
I will. Roy Patrick Butler. I live at 525 Westwood Circle, right there, adjacent to that property, 608 Winstead Avenue, that's getting ready to have all them giant apartment complexes. As a matter of fact, that's my truck in the driveway. Anyway, I grew up in Rocky Mount, and I lived over on 1212 Paul Street, right adjacent to this multifamily housing projects. I went to Williford School. I lived in and amongst it. I got my tail kicked all the time. It was a bad, bad neighborhood. I think it still is. My parents picked up, they moved to another place. I told myself when I get old enough, and I went to NC State, graduated in civil engineering. I'm a licensed engineer in the state of North Carolina, and I took my wife and moved over here to this house in the early 90s. We raised 2 beautiful children, which are now adults. I've enjoyed living in Nashville. I love this town. This has got my heart. I love everything about it, everything that's going on. But when I heard about this, and I only heard about it I guess I'm oblivious. See, I've been at home, working at home out of my house because of this Wuhan flu every day, and not being able to go out and see my friends and my family. Had people pass on, can't go to funerals. You know, all y'all know about all that sorrow that's going on in the world. I didn't find out about this thing until 2 weeks ago when a guy in my neighborhood stopped in my driveway and said, "Hey, did you hear what's getting ready to happen right across the creek right there?" I said, "No, what? It's just field over there." But they're going to put 6 3-story apartment complexes in right there. I said, "Well, what about the flooding? I've been here since 1993. I've been through Fran, Floyd, Irene, Isabel. I don't care. The one that happened in June this year that wasn't even a hurricane. And we got runoff in Westwood Circle. Used to be houses all around the perimeter of Westwood Circle. And you know, y'all remember back in 1999, Mr. Floyd came through, wiped out half that neighborhood. It's gone. It didn't solve, the flooding hasn't been solved. Now, I got nothing against the Bojangles and the Zaxby's. I eat plenty of it, as you can tell. But all them non-permeable surfaces for those facilities, all that runoff hits that Swift Creek right there, and it floods my neighborhood there. And the floods are getting worse and worse and more frequent. And what I'd like to just say is, this doesn't fit that area, what's being proposed. It has no place being right there. It's an eyesore. It's going to cause a lot of issues. The infrastructure don't support it. My water pressure used to be the best water pressure in Nashville. And that neighborhood right there that was built and some of the other stuff that was added, my pressures went down, down, down. It's okay, I make do. You know, we've got to have people having housing. But you put in 144 multifamily housing units there, and you don't account for water, sewer, an environmental impact study, all these kind of things, it's going to be a disaster. Now, then I'll get to traffic. You know, I'm a civil engineer. Traffic. We can't handle the traffic right there. That whole thing's going to have to be redone. It's a nightmare on certain days trying to get in and out of my neighborhood. And that's going to have to be something that's addressed. The lighting, the noise that comes from multifamily. I remember as a kid, you know, sleeping by the, quote, projects over by the old A&P on Paul Street. and couldn't daggone sleep at night because of all the violence and the gunshots and everything else going on around there. So I just got a mental image in my head of what I grew up dealing with, and this has all of a sudden come to Nashville. Now, you know, I think we got it backwards. I don't know Mr. Hunt. I don't know where he's at in here. I never met him in my life. I'm sure he's a great man. But I'd like to have him stand up at this microphone and tell me how that industrial commercial complex is going to increase the value to my house. It's going to benefit my family. It's going to help me out in the long run, and it's going to make me want to stay in Nashville. So I don't really feel like I need to explain to y'all's job. Y'all the, you know, local government. I work for the state government. I don't represent the state government tonight. I understand process and procedures. My God, we drown in it every day. But I think y'all, as officials that look out for my benefit, need to have something put there. If something goes there, fine, but it needs to fit in keeping with everything you see on that map right there. That's all I got to say. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Yes?
I'm still Wendy Smith Chapman from earlier. I grew up in the neighborhood next door to the property at 608 Western Avenue and currently co-own the property at 610 Western Avenue along with my mother and brother. I love Nashville and I love that neighborhood. And frankly, I have given serious thought to moving back and building a home of my own behind my mother when I retire in 2 years. I currently live in Newbern. I lost my husband last year. And so I have given this serious thought. But I'm very much opposed to rezoning this property to multifamily. This neighborhood once was agricultural, and we played in the wheat and cornfields growing up. And it has, over the past 60 years, grown into a primarily single-family residential area that is an established, quiet neighborhood. Rezoning this area to multifamily will be a huge disruption to the harmony of this community. There will be significant noise issues, 24-hour lighting issues, negative traffic impact, and, as this gentleman mentioned, potentially destruction of many of the beautiful trees along that property that currently provide protection against erosion and runoff, which we know is an issue there. There are going to potentially be safety issues during construction, safety issues after construction. We talk about protecting our citizens. Just the grading process of that property over there is going to create a huge amount of dust. My mother has pre-existing pulmonary conditions, and that's just not going to be healthy for her or anyone else in that area. There's no way that anyone can with certainty say that placing a multifamily development in that property will not negatively affect property values. I wonder if you all are aware that there are already people who live in that neighborhood that are making plans to move out of the area if rezoning goes through. Does that concern you? Will I consider moving back here and building behind my mother on our property if this rezoning is approved? Absolutely not. Frankly, I'm perplexed that the planning board and the town council would drop this kind of multifamily development on top of a tax-paying citizen who has lived in this neighborhood for 70 years and has actively helped to grow the town of Nashville. I know where a lot of you live, most of you, in fact. And so I ask you this question. Would you vote to have this done in your neighborhood beside where you live? I'm also perplexed that the town planning board and town council would go against a current comprehensive plan. I understand that the plan may need to be updated. So why, when the council has already hired a professional planning company that is going to cost the taxpayers of this town mega bucks, would you make rezoning decisions now? Do you feel you're more qualified to make those decisions than a professional planning company would be? North Carolina General Statute 153A and 160A require that zoning regulations are made in accordance with a comprehensive plan. A rezoning decision on a relatively small parcel that does not consider the effects of the rezoning within the larger community context violates this mandate. Based on all the information I've been given, this is a perfect example of illegal spot zoning in North Carolina. And I certainly hope and pray that the town council will vote against this rezoning so that this matter doesn't have to go any further. Thank you.
Is there anybody else that would like to speak? Okay.
Good evening. My name is Brian Murphy, and I'm a resident of Nashville at 521 Westwood Circle for the past 12 years. This year, my wife and I welcomed our first child to the family. A big reason I chose the property and our home here in Nashville is due to the makeup of the neighborhood, the feel, and the families and the single family, the quiet, peaceful, happy neighborhood that we can raise a family in. We live directly within earshot and directly behind that property, past the tree line, across the street, that's our house. So not only am I worried about construction noise being an issue during the construction phase, but also noise being an issue with 144 people coming and going. Some people not respecting noise ordinances, not respecting the time that you're supposed to be quiet, right there across the street from our house with our baby going to be sleeping. Any multi-unit development of this nature proposed is not a good fit with the current makeup of the neighborhood. It's clear to see, as many people have pointed out. It would be too close to downtown. It would also negatively affect the traffic flow. In my personal and professional opinion as a realtor, the surrounding property values will likely be negatively affected by the addition of this proposed apartment complex nearby, or any complex of that size. This MFU would be the largest MFU in this neighborhood and is inconsistent with the look and feel of downtown Nashville. There was a real estate professional with ties to Franklin County earlier that had an analysis, and I concur with that analysis. To be clear, this project would hurt Nashville, and I am firmly opposed to the zoning changes that are proposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to speak?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Ed Batchelor. I do live in Raleigh, North Carolina at the moment, and I live in a large development with many condos and apartments throughout it. I grew up in Nash County, in Spring Hope. My parents were lived here for well over 80 years. We're part of this town. My father was a teacher. And I'm so happy to see how Nashville has continued to grow and prosper, where Spring Hope has really sort of suffered. So I think there's great opportunities here. And I think, you know, the new multifamily world is much different than it was years ago. It has changed. You know, you're seeing nice-looking developments built that tie into the communities. Apartments try to participate within the communities. I can tell you the best communities I've seen are, yes, up to 150 to 180 units. When you get over 200, then you're talking about a different ballgame sometimes. but I've go through neighborhoods where new apartments are being built that tie into the neighborhood, and they just have a different feeling than if you go out to some huge complex. So, you know, and the apartment communities, we work as part of the community. We want you to come in and visit us. If you have a problem, please come into our office. This type our multifamilies today with 100 to 150 people normally have 2 full-time office staff in the office. We have a maintenance person there all the time. And, you know, if you got a complaint, please let us know. You know, we screen all the residents are screened today, criminal background checks, as well as credit checks, and we hold a high standard in the multifamily industry of what we would the people we want on our communities. If we're having problems with somebody, we'll give them notice to move, because it's a different world today, and we want to be part of your city and make you something that you will be proud of. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak at this time? Yes?
My name is Bill Clark. I'm from 524 Westwood, and I've heard all this about apartments, and I was one of those victims of a low-income apartments. And I was fortunate I had a mama who worked, and she whooped me good, but have good morals. But it was only through her. And I also worked before I retired. I moved here because I thought of Mayberry, sheriff and all that. But I know from working before I came here, I worked at 140 units, and it was a low income. It was HUD subsidized. Not to say that there weren't good people there. There were very, very good people there. But I'm going to tell you also there were some very, very bad people there. It wasn't nothing for us to find a dead person once a week in the parking lot. It had no security upstanding like we should have. Now, I live across the street from that young man that talked, down the street next door to my neighbor there. I'm the last house on the line, low man on the pole. When that water comes up, it comes up within 10 foot of my back deck. I know they aren't going to excavate and allow for the water runoff. That creek can't even take what it's got now. You put more water in it, it's going to be inside of my house. This is all I got. I don't have nothing else. I got a wife who's handicapped. I just can't allow it. I'm deadly against it or anything like it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to speak?
Good evening. My name is Dwight Jordan, 713 Westview Court here in Nashville. For full disclosure, I am a member of the Town Planning Board. But for this particular project, I am recusing myself because I am totally against this project. People have spoken up tonight and have given a lot of reasons why they are against it, and I don't have anything else to add, other than when you think about traffic on Western Avenue, you need to start thinking about the kids who got to catch the bus ride on Western Avenue. The school bus comes up and down Western Avenue every day that kids are in school. Kids have to walk up and down that street to get to the bus. Now, if we care about our children like we claim we do, then multifamily does not fit in that location. Now, we're not against development, as so many people have said, but it's the size of the development that's going in that spot that we are against. You need to ask yourself, and you've heard this before tonight, do you want it in your neighborhood? Do you want it behind your house or beside your house? Do you realize I look out my back door, I'm looking at apartment buildings. Do you realize if I look out my kitchen window, I could be looking at a proposed multifamily unit across the street? Now, do you think I want to be able to I would like to see something different other than a bunch of apartments around me. So I really appreciate you listening to all of us. I really appreciate you being considerate. But I'm asking for you to reject this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Anyone else like to speak?
Good evening. My name is Michael J. Hurt. I live at 110 Timberlake Drive in Youngsville, North Carolina. I'm glad to see we've got so much support for this evening. Thought it was a funny segue. I've been writing down notes kind of, you know, first of all, I bought this property on June 1st, okay? It's not under due diligence. I've closed on this property. And some of the comments I kind of take personal because I'm a man like everybody else. And somebody made a comment about the tenants that's staying at that property. It's the most pitiful situation I've ever ran into. There's a family of 5 that's been living in this house for the last 10 years without power. 10 years. I don't know how many people in this room knew that, but that's appalling. Yeah, because I don't know all the details, but all I know, it's still, I mean, okay, well.
Okay, let's go on
The
with
fact
this.
that, all I'm trying to say is that they lived there for 10 years. They lived there for 10 years, and they got papers to leave the property because if my children won't sleep in a house, I'm not going to let somebody else's children sleep in the house. And that's how I conduct my business. I'm a father. I'm 36 years old. I got 4 boys. What I'm doing today is for them, as many of you do for your children. And I'm not going to allow somebody to live in a property if I'm not going to let my own children sleep in that house. I bought properties where there was cockroaches in houses, and that when you go through the children's drawers, they got bed bugs in them. And they fought me tooth and nail to get them out. I had to evict them. But that's the kind of property owner that you're getting here, somebody that cares about the people that's going to be staying there and the people that are going to be living in the surrounding community.
Mr. Hart, could you address the council, please?
Yes, ma'am, I apologize.
That's fine. Time out.
Y'all need to give him a minute to speak and what you have y'all to. If you don't, you're going to be asked to leave, okay?
I apologize. I get kind of worked up, and I apologize to the community. We did make several changes. I did meet with several property owners in the community, and we did make several changes based off of those communications. So to Ms. Smith, I still am a man of my word, and I will do what we talked about. And same thing to your son if we're able to get this thing approved. But first thing I want to say, again, I'm Michael J. Hurt, and I want to thank my team because my team has worked extremely hard on this. It's cost a lot of money, and we have, I have got a stellar team, and I'm only as good as the people that I surround myself with, and I promise you that what we're trying to do is going to benefit this community. I'm with Hurt LLC, and we're here today because we're seeking to rezone 608 Western Avenue from an R10 low density to a multifamily, high density. We seek this zoning change from an R10 low density to a multifamily because we want to maximize the potential of this property in both residency and value. The current property value at 608 Western Avenue is $91,250. Zone multifamily, the property will be worth $329,000 alone. Just the rezoning to multifamily, the property value increases 361%. There are currently 13 individually zoned multifamily properties within 500 feet of this location. Several are adjacent to this property. There's also 2 apartment communities within 1,500 feet to the north and the south from this property at 608 Western Avenue. It's because of this we feel like that we are consistent with the community and that this is specifically why it's not spot zoning. I want to thank you again for this opportunity. I am motivated, I am inspired, and I am excited about this opportunity to do something special with the town of Nashville, and together we can do something that is truly special. You know, I've heard a lot of different things that's been talked about tonight, and I appreciate everybody's opinion. And I will take into consideration, no matter what we're able to get accomplished here, I will take that into consideration moving forward. But again, we feel like that because of the, if you look here, where there's multifamily duplexes within 500 feet on where this, I'm sorry, Amerson Court. There's several multifamily duplexes right there directly across the street, running down here where they've got this title block right here. All those are multifamily. Okay? Again, with the duplexes and the apartment buildings, we do feel like that we're consistent with the community. We do feel like that we are in harmony. And we humbly and appreciatively look to have your support to try to make this thing happen. Y'all have a blessed day.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Anyone else?
Just for the record, we did have, we received a letter from a Doris E. Fisher from 607 Western Avenue in opposition of the rezoning.
Okay. Is anyone else would like to speak? If not, we'll close this hearing and we'll move on. We don't need much for this one. We'll move on to B. Now on B, the public hearing is to receive comments. We need a motion, I think, to go into this one. We've already had that. It's a long time ago that we had it. This is a public hearing to receive comments on SU 2020.01, request for a special use for property located at 608 Weston Avenue for the purpose of constructing more than one multifamily building on a single lot. The parcel contains approximately 9.45 acres and is identified by Nash County Tax Parcel Number 380006299776. At this time, I'll turn it over to the town planner and to the presentation, and then we'll have people speak. We'll swear you in and have you to speak.
All right, the applicant is requesting a special use permit to allow 6 three-story, 24-unit apartments to be established on an approximately 9.45 acre lot off Western Avenue. The applicant/owner previously requested a rezoning for the petitioned property from R10 to multifamily. If approved, the applicant will proceed with the special use process. The petition property is surrounded by a mixture of residential land uses, including apartments, single-family dwellings, and duplexes. Also with mixed zoning classifications of multifamily, R10 medium-density residential, R6 high-density residential, A1 agricultural, I1 industrial, B1 business zoning districts. With regards to the future land use map, the petition property is classified as low residential growth. The surrounding areas are classified as low, medium, and high-density residential growth and agriculture, business, and industrial. The proposed use would be in harmony with the residential character of the area. In granting the special use permit, if approved, the planning board and town council will consider the finding of facts A through D as stated on your agenda report. And in your package, you have your application along with the site plan, which consists of 3 pages, the quasi-judicial rules, table of permitted uses. You have section 18-114 and your revised copies of 18-115, 15, and 27. Your vicinity map, the zoning map, the land use map, and photos of the proposed site.
At this time, Mr. Hunt, are you ready for your for your present? Yeah.
They swear me in.
Oh, that's right, I've got to swear. Everybody in this going to talk, I'm sorry. Okay, let us stand. everyone that's on the list to speak, and if there's anyone else that wants to speak that's not on this list, you need to sign in now. Okay? Do you, raise your right hand, since I'm holding the Bible. Do you swear that the evidence you shall give to the board in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Hunt.
Good evening.
Good evening.
One of our assistants here, Melissa, she's going to help get a PowerPoint presentation put together. And what we want to try to do is give everybody in this room an opportunity to see, kind of put a little context behind maybe what some of the concerns and fears are. So what the community that we're looking to do is called Kendall Heights. And as the owner of her LLC, I'm sharing my intentions of the property at 608 Western Avenue. The Kendall Heights apartment community will have a positive contribution on the economic growth and development in the town of Nashville, provide market rate housing to its citizens, and economic commerce for the many merchants in and around the downtown district. We are proposing 144 upscale apartment units on the 9.4 acre tract of land located at 608 Western Avenue. As many of you know, this property is in a prime location on alternate Highway 64, within a half a mile of 64 and a half a mile to your downtown district of Nashville. The rent rates are as follows. 1 bedroom, 1 bath at $950 a month, 774 square feet. 2 bedroom, 2 bath, $1,050 a month at 1,002 square feet. And 2 bedroom, 2 bath, $1,150 per month at 1,155 square feet. These rent rates will include trash removal, water, and sewer. All tenants and residents over 18 and over are going to be required to complete a non-discriminatory credit and background check, as well as provide proof of employment. They must gross 3 times the monthly rent. Kendall Heights community will be a great living environment for the employees of Nash County Schools, Nash Correctional Institute, Braswell Foods, local police department, sheriff's department, fire department, and EMS. We envision that the Nash UNC healthcare staff, Nash County Community College, and the NC Westland staff and students may be interested as well. CSX and the DMV employees and the citizens who are currently commuting from surrounding counties may find this a viable housing option. All lower level apartments will be handicap accessible to cater to the disabled and elderly. There is a high demand for market rate community in the town of Nashville, and the Kendall Heights apartment community will fulfill that need. We estimate that this community will have a gross value of $18,750,000 when completed. This will generate $104,000 in annual tax revenue for the town of Nashville, in addition to the water, sewer, and trash pickup fees. The correct property value of 608 West, we talked about the current property value earlier, was $91,250. The proposed housing community will increase the property value 20,449%. How many capital improvements can we make downtown, such as sidewalks, rear parking for businesses, and downtown beautification? One of our goals is to collaborate with the town of Nashville to provide from the apartment complex south down Barnes Street to the downtown district. We want to encourage the tenants to walk to their downtown restaurants, shops, and merchants. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, businesses need all the additional foot traffic that they can get. We have also been in discussion with town leaders to eventually install walking trails from the rear of this development through the Stony Hill Environmental Park and back up to Washington Street. We want to promote local downtown businesses as well as community, as a healthy community. Another goal is to coordinate with the town of Nashville involving their 5, 10, 20, and 50-year comprehensive growth strategy, working towards more growth and development for the businesses on this alternate 64 highway, Western Avenue roadway for years to come. We have to collaborate with a support, we plan to collaborate and support downtown revitalization as well. There are so many possibilities. In closing, I want to thank everyone for the time to review this letter. I'm an amateur of the Bible knowledge, but the first thing that we must do when we want something is to ask. I've heard several community leaders proclaim they want growth and development in the town of Nashville. They have asked, and now a great opportunity presents itself. I'm asking for your support. Together we can truly do something special for each other and the town of Nashville. I'm confident that the Kendall Heights apartment community will have a positive impact on the adjacent property values, the businesses in this community, and the tenants who will reside here, the citizens of Nashville and the town of Nashville. Thank you again for your time and your consideration. I also have being as we're getting into the special use, in your packet there, I think you'll see that there's an appraisal from a Triangle East Appraisals Incorporated, a licensed appraiser. Okay, and it states, if the property is zoned to multifamily, the raw land value could range anywhere between $25,000 and $35,000 per acre. If the apartment community is approved, it will be valued at over between $6,000 to $10,000 per unit. And he also states here that he believes that it would add to the area to be superior to the other 2- and 4-family multifamily units already in the immediate area, and it would complement the newer single-family homes built in this area over the past 5 years. Now, what we got here running is a PowerPoint presentation of renderings of what we've been able to do for the community. This is showing the rear of the property as you're facing it from, I guess that would be the east. This is kind of an overhead. The light's not really doing it justice, but the buildings are actually stepping down so that they're not as high as what some of the perception has been. The perception is that the buildings will actually be level with alternate Highway 64. The finished floor of the very first 2 buildings is 8 foot lower than the road itself. This tree shows the fence that we talked about when I was talking to Ms. Smith that we were going to work on doing. The shrubbery that we're putting with Leland cypresses, but also the existing oak tree that her son talked about playing basketball on. That will serve 2 things. It'll leave a 100-year-old tree, but it'll also have a natural buffer from the buildings to that property. In my opinion, the first 2 buildings is going to be the biggest problem as far as an aesthetic view, but again, they're 8 feet lower. So you're talking about, it's closer to a 2-story building than it actually is a 3-story when you're coming from alternate Highway 64. And each building steps down anywhere between 5 to 8 feet as you go down the hill. This is a clear description of a walking trail that we've got, a night view as well. It's kind of running a little bit quick, but, you know, this is an in-motion view of what something like this would look like. You know, we've talked about, Ms. Smith mentioned that security cameras would be a blessing to the community, so we agreed to do that. We thought that was a benefit. We talked about natural shrubbery. That's something that I thought about with talking about leaving them existing pine trees. None of the trees are affected on the South Barnes side of this complex. All those trees stay where they're at. It's undevelopable. I mean, we're literally maximizing the potential of this property based off of, can you set it back up to run through again? Just start, it's okay, just start it at the render. But that's fine right there. Can you follow? So this shows the proposed walking trail that we're talking about doing. As it comes all the way down to Washington Street, it comes back up to South Barnes, trying to promote the citizens that stay in this community to come right into your downtown district, whether it's coming down South Barnes or whether it's coming up Washington Street. Every single business owner that I talk to off of South Barnes Street and in your downtown district is in favor of this community because it's going to help them with their business. Trey Braswell's in favor of this.
He doesn't live on Western.
Glasgow said that they were in favor of this. The business owners are struggling right now. There are several business owners that are struggling right now, including the workout shop, the fitness center. But this community is going to have tenants that are going to have a positive contribution in the economic growth and development of your community. They're going to be an asset. They will be your teachers. They will be your firemen and your policemen. They're going to be the same people that are working at Nash General. I mean, I realize that there's opposition, and I am understanding of that. But when you're talking about the property value, there's a significant need in this community for this. There is nowhere to rent in Nashville. Somebody mentioned that they weren't sure about what's to rent in this community. There's one, and it's a house over there near Nash Community College. It's $13.45 a month, according to Zillow. But there's a high demand for this community. There's people that want to live here, but they can't find nowhere to live. And if you've got businesses, if you want to promote business and you want to promote growth, one of the best things that you could do is have a community like this within walking distance to your downtown. I mean, people, so many communities it's really a blessing, because these people are going to directly impact your community, and then they're going to get right on Western Avenue. They're going to get on 64. They're not going to drive all the way through your town to get to Food Line. If you had a bunch of apartment communities around Walmart and Food Line, how congested would that be? This right here is a straight shot off and on 64 highway. If I had to pick up a community to live in this place, it would here or over there near Food Line where Walmart is. My personal opinion is I'd rather stay here because of how quick you can get on 64 highway. And this is a highway. This is alternate 64 highway. There was some concerns and talks about the infrastructure. There's a 12-inch water main running all the way down to the correctional facility. You don't find that everywhere. It's like a diamond in the rough. It's got an 8-inch sewer main that can accommodate every single one of these apartments. And Mike Tolson's going to come up here and talk about the infrastructure and the various, how the buildings are going to step down in more detail. The stormwater pond, how it's going to be completely self-sustained and it's not going to impact the adjacent property owners, like there was a gentleman concerned about that. We're held, Diener's going to hold us accountable. We've got to be able to control the watershed that's coming off of this property and clean it before it goes into the stream, which is where it would go, the creek. Our goal is to leave as much natural vegetation as we can possibly leave there. We want as many natural buffers as we can, okay? And we want to be a partner with this community. We want to, I want to be a good neighbor. I want to be a good property owner. I want to work with y'all and try to do something truly special in this community that's going to benefit people years to come. And as a professional property owner, I've got over 104 properties in my portfolio right now. I can guarantee you that this property is going to improve the other rental properties in the community because their rent rates are going to go up. When you're talking about $950 for a one-bedroom, one-bath apartment unit, it can't help but have an impact on the adjacent property owners. Their rent rates will go up, and I don't know the exact number, but there are multiple rental properties all around Western Avenue. And every single one of those property owners are going to benefit from this community being next door. And dare I say that the adjacent property owners and all the way down Western Avenue where you've got several 2-acre lots, if this gets approved based off of this appraisal I have in my hand, there's going to be people that's going to want to buy it, and they're going to want to offer them more money than what they could currently get for it today. The average median home in that area is about $145,000 a piece. So we're talking about, this is a massive project. This is a huge, huge deal for this community. When you're talking about $104,000 annually, the improvements that y'all could do with that, you could have a dump truck paid off in about 3.5 years. Garbage truck. Might be able to hire some more policemen, firemen. When I went to the downtown district meeting, they were talking about how the police presence isn't as strong as it used to be. We could hire some more police officers to help with that. So, I thank you for the opportunity. I'm excited, I'm motivated, and I want to try to make something happen here, and I hope y'all give us the opportunity and give me the chance, and I promise you, I will not let you down.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hart. We appreciate that. At this time, we will hear from the citizens. And remember, for this, it's evidence-based. So I will go down the list of the people that signed up. Mike Tolson.
Good evening. My name is Mike Tolson. I am Senior and Principal Engineer and Vice President of Mackay Associates in Rocky Mount, 1667 Thomas Betts Parkway. I'm a professional engineer and professional land surveyor licensed in the state of North Carolina. I am a civil engineering background. We do site development, commercial site developments, and a lot of municipal development as well, as far as water and sewer and storm drainage and improvements to raw land and to developments like this. One thing, if I could just address a few of the concerns that were voiced in the earlier bit, I can offer some background and some things that will be included in this community that will maybe help to help people realize that this will be planned from a significant infrastructure investment. There is an existing outfall line that runs behind the property that we would be tying into. The town will not have to extend any sewer or water to the site. The developer will do all of that. We will have to go through and do a water demand, a pressure test, height and flow test for everything to be sure that we are not negatively decreasing. And with buildings this tall and coming down the hill, I don't think we'll have a problem. I think the pressures in the area support being able to serve these buildings okay, from what we can tell, but there will be water and sewer demand on the existing infrastructure that's there should not overwhelm what is there. It is poised in a very good position for all that, and if it is so needed and we need to study that, then that will be part of the approval process for construction plans and site plan approvals on that project. So we will size water main extensions, fire loops, sewer internals to be able to accommodate and not overburden the existing infrastructure. As far as stormwater is concerned, we have rules we have to follow that require us to capture all roof runoff and impervious area runoff, the asphalt, the sidewalks, the roofs, car tops, everything else. When it rains, the water runs and it's got to go somewhere. We will build a stormwater impoundment in the back of the property. This is the way the property flows currently already, and it will be outside and above the existing floodplain, outside and above the existing riparian buffer that goes along Stony Creek in the back. It will be, you can sort of see a picture of it. It may not necessarily look like that, but it will be substantial and will be able to hold a substantial amount of water in order to be able to attenuate the stormwater runoff that's going to come off those parking lots from where we are adding impervious area to the site. We're required to do that. Roof drains will come down. That's part of your ordinance. That's part of a state ordinance, and any development of this size has to account for it. As far as erosion control and sedimentation on the site during construction, we have strict rules we have to follow with that as well, and inspections that are state mandated and that are state regulated, so that we will have a state inspector come in and as we get our erosion control permit, and to maintain the measures that will keep runoff from flowing off-site or leaving the site. And the main thing, the way the site runs, it will all run towards the rear of the property, so we will be protecting that stream during the entire process and keeping those processes, moving the way they should in order to comply with our permits. As far as traffic studies go, we have been in preliminary discussions with what the requirements would be with NCDOT. They have informed us of what they would require, which is potentially a turn lane along the frontage of this property, which would be able to be incorporated, but we have not gone through and seen what a traffic impact analysis or anything like definite improvements would have to be. You typically go after that when you know you've got a viable project and a viable project moving forward to go through the expense of a traffic impact if one is required. My understanding is the traffic counts on this road don't warrant a traffic impact study as they are right now, but if that is something that needs to be, we can address that as that comes up. as far as traffic and the step down on the buildings and the grading. So these buildings are 3-story. A story is typically 10 foot tall on a building. So that means to the peak of the building, if you're standing on flat land beside it, it's 30, 35 feet tall, maybe roughly 38. It just about depends on what the peak on the roof does. Bottom line is we have a site that has about 40 feet of contour on it from the front, from the road to the back. So these buildings will have to, in order to keep the excavation from being so high and so exorbitant as far as construction cost, we will have to set the buildings down. So the first building that you see will be roughly 8 feet below road grade. So you'll be riding through looking at the second floor. So the building will only look like a 2-story from the road. The way the layout works and the way these things will work, we will step down along with the grades that are along the road. We will and grade it to fit into the landscape as best we can without having to change so much of the raw land area, because every time you move dirt, it's expensive. So we do that in order to be able to try and minimize and be most effective and efficient with the development cost as we're going through the development. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I need to speak on. The step down between the 2 buildings side by side, that will follow the natural progression of the land as well, so that we really sort of have set these buildings down at their natural ground with a little cut to build the pads and everything, but to try and make them fit in as best as possible, because if we get back and do too much cut and fill and have to do retaining walls, that drives construction cost up as well, and we don't want to have to do that. We would rather have it be a natural grade and where it needs to go. There may be a need for a retaining wall here or there, but we'll try to minimize that so that the costs don't go up, but also so that it doesn't look unnatural in the area. Yeah, and this is the buildings are going to step down in a consistent fashion. The contours are, every 20 feet you're dropping a foot on that property. It's a very heavy relief, especially from what you see just 30 miles east of here. So I mean, it's going to look like we have a consistent product, but it will step down consistently, and by the time you get to the back property or the back building, you'll be 20 feet below the road, most likely, just depending on how we can get it graded out. And that may change a foot here or there. We don't have it designed yet, but that is the general consistent, approach to try and keeping the land looking generally the way it is. I don't know if I'm supposed to answer any questions. Okay,
Do y'all
go sit
have
down.
any questions for him?
Who would maintain that stormwater pond?
Typically, the town would, in their oversight, and the town's not going to maintain it, the town would require an O&M agreement that gets recorded as part of it. And I'm sure you guys have that ordinance. I haven't done a development in the town in a while, but there's typically an O&M agreement that gets recorded that states that the property owner is required to inspect it, maintain it, keep it mowed, and do all the things to make it a viable stormwater structure, because it's known as an engineered stormwater structure that is meant to hold the water back and let it out over a certain amount of time so that it's not overwhelming the stream below it. We're actually required to keep the post-development flow off the site very close to the pre-development flow, so we'll have to build a pond that can make it appear like when the water's coming off the site that there was nothing ever built upstream of it. And those are the state regulations. We just follow those on everything we do, and that's no different than here. You'd have a pond that has grass and a fence around it most likely, and wetland plants and things like that, but it'll get mowed and maintained just with the rest of the property as part of the development, not part of the town's responsibility. The town will probably, and Randy, I don't want to misspeak, but the town will probably just require an inspection of it by a licensed engineer once a year to make sure that it is in compliance with the original site development plan. That's typically how it is done.
I noticed that there's a playground back there also.
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of area would there be between the playground and the stormwater pond?
Well, the pond would likely have to be surrounded by a fence just for insurance purposes. I don't know that the town has a requirement for that, but there would be a barrier and certainly some, it would not be unimpeded access to a pond. That's, certainly not the intention of the developer, and I think we can probably work with the town on what the requirements on that will be, but it will typically be a fence. Most communities have a fence around their stormwater pond, and, the park itself or the playground area itself would have its own fence most likely to keep little tots in from running into traffic or anything like that. So I think that would be more of a function of the park and the proximity to the pond and not a part of the same fence, if you would.
Do you have designated parking for your tenants?
I do not believe we've worked out designated parking. I think they'll have a couple of spaces per unit, but I'm not sure. I'll speak on that. We have enough for the whole. Okay, he's telling me we do. I don't know that we have one space for a one bedroom. I mean 2 spaces for this bedroom. It's parked based on the town code and what is required per the level parking.
So it's first come, first served?
Well, I'm sure there'll be a sign. Oh, not assigned, I'm sorry. So,
Unassigned.
unassigned.
What about overflow parking?
For guests?
Yes.
Well, I think it's overparked as it is right now as far as number of spaces available for those. Again, we haven't gotten a full site plan approval. We have submitted it to the town for review in concept mainly. If we need to add a few spaces here and there, we certainly can do that as part of the site plan process, but we're just trying to see if we can even build this on this site right now. So. But if that is a requirement, we will address that as part of the site plan approval process, just like the design of the stormwater and the water and the sewer and everything else.
So you told us about the, oh, sorry, go ahead. You told us about the value of the current lot and the current property once it's potentially rezoned, and then if you were to put these units in. What about the value of the adjoining properties? Is there going to be any sort of injury to Ms. Smith's property or any of the adjoining or abutting properties?
I mean, based off of the appraisal letter that I got here from Lenny Breedlove, Triangle East Appraisals, in his professional opinion, he sealed it, it would complement the newer single-family homes built in this area over the last 5 years. So he doesn't say whether or not it would improve it. He doesn't say whether or not it would hinder it. He just says that it would complement that.
Right. I guess I'd like to know if it was going to reduce the value of their property.
Based off of, I mean, it depends on how you want to take complement. I mean, he didn't specify whether or not it would reduce.
Complement to me seems it'll fit in.
Correct.
But doesn't necessarily speak to the value of the property.
Understood.
Okay. I have another question. So I keep hearing that this is in harmony with the current neighborhood because of the other multifamily developments. I guess I'm struggling with this because this seems to be at least 1 to 4 times larger than the other acreage of multifamily units. We're looking at 4 times the parking of the other multifamily units. We're looking at 1 to 2 stories more than the other surrounding multifamily units, and we're looking at 4 times the actual units. So I guess as far as the size of our other multifamilies, I don't see exactly how this is in conformity with those just because of the larger scope of this.
As far as the rezoning aspect,
Multifamily could
multifamily is
potentially.
multifamily, right? So as far as that goes, when we were talking about multifamily, that was kind of what my comments were regarding that. And there are several zoned properties multifamily, and what multifamily also allows somebody to do is to build duplexes without getting a special use permit. Is that not correct?
You got it in the package here.
That was my understanding. Okay. Having said that, within 1,500 feet, there are 2 separate apartment communities. Now, they are less in numbers. There's a 15-unit apartment community over near South Barnes Street off South Bodie Street. And then the Westgate Terrace Apartments has over 40. So we do have apartments that are in, 1,500 feet's relatively close.
Right. I guess I'm just looking at those, and it looks like it's 65 parking spaces versus the 225 spaces. And I'm looking at the size of the buildings. They're 1 to 2 stories over there, while yours is 3. Mm-hmm. And I'm looking at the actual number of units, and as you said, 65 versus 144.
Correct.
So it does seem that it's much grander, much larger.
It is a big step.
Okay. So my final question has to do with the playgrounds, as were brought up by Ms. Hinton. You have one directly by the retention pond, and you have the second one that's over by the street. So are you going to have fencing around both of those?
On the handouts that you got, yes, ma'am, to answer your
Okay.
question. The playground, actually, my office manager, she said that would probably be a better fit to be a dog park or something, and actually mentioned the kids out there, and at this point, it had gone too far to have to change the rendering. So that would certainly be something that we would take up for discussion as to maybe do something different there as far as a playground goes in that location. But
I see square footage too. So per our requirements, for 144 units, we would require 8,064 square feet of playground space. And we have two 4,000 square feet, so we're 64 square feet off, which I know it's a small amount. But on this rendering, it also states that you have the potential of a maximum of 161 units, which would put us at over 1,000 square feet fewer playground space. So it seems like we're not exactly in compliance.
Well, so you're saying that it would have to be one that equates 8,000 square feet, or two that would?
Well, we have a maximum of 4,000 square feet per playground space, so you
Okay.
do have to split them up the way that you have.
Okay,
But when you do that, we're missing 64 square feet of space for the number of units that you currently have on this plan, the 144. But on that plan, it also says that you have a maximum potential unit of 161. So that would mean that we're missing 1,016 square feet of playground space.
okay.
Is the question that we
So I'm
just-
guessing there would have to be a third playground put in.
Yeah, and that's absolutely, there's room to do it in the layout. The walking trail and area that he's got shown on the renderings, I don't know if it shows up in some of these renderings, but there are areas to be, that can be reserved for that if you so deem on the special use.
Any more questions, Kate?
I'm good, thank you.
I jotted down three things before I even came in this evening, looking this over. I was concerned about and everywhere I read, you want to see if it meets the landscape of the surrounding area. And you did say there's a drop-off as you go back to the back of the property. But looking at the renderings that you provided us with of the way the buildings look, the only place we're going to find a three-story building like this would be downtown at the county building, which is downtown, way downtown. There's nothing in the immediate area that looks at this size. So just looking at it, taking it at face value, it just looks out of place to me. Okay. And then you also, and I had a question about the retaining pond in the back. You just mentioned that there's a gradual runoff in that pond, correct?
Well, it depends on what structure you wind up engineering for it, but as we have it shown as a wet pond, so there's several different tools you can use to manage stormwater runoff.
Mm-hmm.
We would likely use a wet pond in the back just simply because we have the room for it. But what happens is you have a permanent pool elevation. Yes, sir.
It'd be holding it.
It would hold it, but what the state regulations allow you'd have a wet pond to settle out solids inside the pond.
Mm-hmm.
And in a rain event, you size the area above that to be a volume that will catch the runoff from the park or from the parking lots and everything else. And then it is drawn down over a 2 to 4 day period.
Well, that's what my concern is. There's going to be water in it already to catch the debris and stuff in the
That's
base
right.
of it. Because we got a neighborhood directly behind you through the woods, Westwood Circle, I believe is the name of it. That's the first place I've got a concern of, because half of it already got washed away. So the rest, the gentleman spoke earlier about, he's the last one on the end of the houses. If any water, if it rises up again, he's the first one to get hit again. Now, once it gets to the creek, say it gets by there, once it gets to the creek and goes on down, the next neighborhood that we've got to worry about is Indian Trail, which is, it gets flooded every time we have a rainstorm. And I don't want to exacerbate their problems that they've already got. I mean, we haven't fixed their problems yet, but yet we're going to possibly stack something else on it to make their problem even worse. And I don't want that to happen to the people in Westwood, nor do I want it to happen to the people in Indian Trail.
Yes, sir. I would agree that's a very valid concern, and I think that is exactly what the stormwater discharge rules are in place to help alleviate, which is to store and treat water, stormwater runoff on site, and to allow it out as a trickle, if you would, for lack of a better way of putting it, at a pre-development level so that the water coming out of that pond will match the volume that was leaving the site today before it was developed. That's what they hire professional engineers for, to design those. Now, do failures happen in ponds? Of course they do, but the inspection and the routine inspection and the routine maintenance and looking at any deficiencies in the outlet structure and everything like that will over-design that pond and build in safety factors that will help to alleviate that the best we possibly can. Now, you know, what can I guarantee you that that man won't see water within 10 feet of his property line?
You cannot.
I cannot, sir, and no one can.
No one can.
And nothing, no amount of, if you build a 100-foot skyscraper out there, it's still gonna be an issue you have to deal with. If you built 10 houses, we'd still have to put a pond in order to be able to store and treat that water, and it would still be adding to the runoff of the site.
I do realize from the maps here that we've got across the street and down the street from where your proposed project is, there are multifamily sites already there. But if you were to stand in the middle of the street and do a 180-degree turn around, you will not be able to pick out that multifamily because of rooftop lines. They're all the same way. This project is it's gonna stick out like a sore thumb.
I would disagree with you as far as the grading goes. I think you'll be looking at 20 to 25 foot tall buildings. A 2-story building to the peak is 25 feet tall, 28 feet tall. If you stand on the street and look at a house that is level with you, you are looking at a 20 to 25 foot peak. As you ride by, that driveway is going to duck down immediately into that property because that property has that much grade differential across it. Now, I mean, that is a very simple way of saying we're going to balance earthwork and do what we can, but we'll set those buildings down the best we can. But there's also things we have to balance, like grades on parking lot and 2% ADA compliance, you know, handicap spaces and ramps and everything else. And with all that said, you know, it's a balancing act that we may have to push it up to 7 feet below instead of 8 feet below because we just can't physically make that transition without making a car feel like it's going on a roller coaster when it comes down, and we want to avoid that. There may be some things we can do to get it even deeper, but we just, on the quick cursory glance without, you know, hard topo and design work for grading on the site, we do feel comfortable, because I did a quick cursory grading plan on it, and I feel like we can drop that thing around 8 feet, maybe can get 10 out of it. I'm just going to have to get inventive with some of the retaining wall, foundational walls on the buildings themselves in order to be able to stack them up and still get handicap access the way we need to. But that's all just things we do. That's, you know, what we do to make it happen. If you can get comfortable with looking at a 2-story building from the street, you'll be seeing basically the same thing. You'll just be, when you look down, you'll see another set of windows below you. And that's really, with the relief that's going on that site, the next set of buildings will be 16 feet, 18 feet below the street. And you won't even see that one for the front ones, but by the time you get to the back one, you wouldn't even notice they were back there due to the grade and everything else.
Okay. And you said this project didn't require traffic study to be done.
I don't know. It doesn't yet. We will see what we need to do, but what we've talked about with DOT is that the traffic counts don't physically warrant that as of yet.
And the reason I bring that up is because with how many residents going to be there, 140?
No, that's the units.
Units.
If you have 2 people, 4 people.
140 units.
144.
Let's just say for each unit, every household has at least one child that goes to school. Where are all these kids going to stand when they come out to the road? You wait for the buses when it's 0 dark 30 when the bus comes through.
Well, I mean.
They're gonna be all in the street every which way.
Well, the bus will be able to enter into the site, I would imagine, but I'm not, you know, I don't know
They
how
won't
they.
come in. They do street pickups there.
They won't do them at all?
No, they won't do that.
Not even with a special agreement for well.
Possibly.
I mean, you know, that's something that can be addressed and looked at, but I mean, I don't know that that's a problem we can solve with just talking about whether or not this development's gonna be used on it. I think it's something in a special use permit, a condition that you guys may want to apply to the special use permit to allow us to look at and to work out as part of the planning of the actual site plan.
Well, I bring that point up because I'd hate for this building to move up, be built, and all these families move out here, and one morning, we get one child to get run over and killed. Then everybody in this room, including Mr. Hurt, was probably saying, damn, we made a wrong move. That's my concern.
I fully hear that, sir, and you know, we design things to be as safe as we possibly can, you know, and I would never wish that on anyone to have to go through that for a child to get hurt. So, you know, I have a small son myself that I would not want to have to worry in that way either. So.
Right. I'm just trying to look ahead.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's it, Mayor.
How many entrances will you have into the facility?
There'll be 2 driveways in, according to the sketch plan, site plan. We'll line one of them up with a driveway that's across the street, and I'm just not familiar with what that name is on it. It's been a while since we did the sketch.
And where would the other one be, roughly?
So, do you see this line down here on the bottom, the upper one, the route leaving on that top? And then this other one lines up with where that is. It kind of cuts it off in the rendering. So you can sort of see on both here, you see that they both line up with driveways that are across the street from them to be able to make that, you know, a perpendicular crossing that DOT would require us to do anyway.
Mike, they actually line up with South Bass Drive and Westview Court.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I just didn't know that off the top of my head.
Would there be a left turn lane?
That would be if it's warranted by the DOT. They are talking about a turn lane for us that would be required across the length of the front, but we haven't worked out the specifics of that yet, but almost certainly something of that level would have to be put in.
But it would be included on your property?
It would be.
Not taken from somebody else?
No, sir, it would be across the frontage of our property and probably be the burden would be on us to build and donate the property for, I'm sure.
I know it's been mentioned before about the drainage issues, but when you talk about the property being downgraded in order to keep the heights of the property at a certain eye level, and with the problems that we already have with potential for flooding, and I understand about the drainage pond, but it really concerns me that if we get into a major event, that you're going to have a lot of rain that could potentially be going down further, impacting, as Larry said, Stony Creek and even further down the line. I mean, I guess my question is a drainage pond going to be sufficient in order to capture that type of event, or is it just going to create even a bigger problem?
Well, there's yes and no. We will use several tools inside of the basins and the existing pipe network that the proposed pipe network we will put in to convey water to that storm pond. For one thing, to slow the runoff down to a velocity that will not hit that pond that's just going to run right off the side. You know, this is likely one of the bigger stormwater impoundments you're going to have in town, and it'll be a new looking thing, but you know, we do these all the time for much larger developments, and they function well, and they function like they're supposed to as long as they're maintained. And you know, and that's the big thing, is it's maintenance on all of them. I can design a pond that can hold a 100-year storm. If you let it grow up full of cattails, it's got no capacity if it's full of cattails. That won't be what they're going to have in this development, because they're going to have a property maintenance person. They're going to have people who are maintaining that. And also the annual inspection that's required by the town for the O&M keeps that from being an issue, because there will be an inspection by somebody that says this thing can function the way it's designed to function because they've been maintaining it. You know, none of the slopes are denuded. There's no erosion going on. It's built and functioning the way it was designed to function. And we'll clear that up on the front end and build a big enough structure to house what needs to be housed. Now, I mean, I think we've only got the street and store the 25-year, but if the ordinance says different, you know, we'll take those regulations and we'll design it accordingly, which is, you know, we do those all the time.
And then my last question, Mr. Hurt, or you can address it maybe, what, are there other small towns that you've put this type of facility in that you might?
I've put
No, the apartment complex.
Okay,
Yes.
I'll let him, that's
Okay.
certainly his purview.
So, I mean, Hampton Village is a pretty good example of some properties that we built and owned. Hampton Village of Rocky Mount, Hampton Village of Nashville. We did not build the 3-story apartment buildings that are adjacent to that. We had nothing to do with that. I understand there's 3 of them there. I also understand that everything's full over there. Hampton Village of Youngsville, we just built 60 duplexes over there, 120 units. We're exceeding 350 at that location, and we've actually got 2 apartment buildings just like this that we're going to build on the corner of 96 Wolfpack, Highway 96 and Wolfpack. And Matt Gay helped us get that approved as well. I've also got a 6-building apartment community, 144 units within a half a mile of where I grew up, where my mother actually lives today, off of a secondary road in Youngsville that's on the docket to be moving forward as well.
Has that building come out of the ground yet?
That building has not come out of the ground yet, no,
You
sir.
have one out of the ground that mirrors this project here?
No, sir, and the reason for that is in Franklin County, it's extremely difficult to get water and sewer credits allocated. It's extremely difficult, and as a matter of fact, they shut down, that you have a certain process that you have to go forward to get water and sewer allocation just to be able to build in Franklin County. They have a serious water shortage. And so they just, after they had the meeting in April where these 2 communities were voted on and ultimately approved, the county didn't actually get together, the county commissioners didn't approve those water and sewer allocation credits until August the 12th. So that's how long they actually postponed our hearing, just to be able to be heard, to be able to do it. So to answer your question, no, sir, we are getting financing established to be able to proceed with the first 2 buildings at 96 and Wolfpack. A lot of the conceptual design for the apartment buildings actually came from those apartment buildings that we've already got at our office. And so that's a growing, vibrant community. They have a vibrant downtown. Youngsville is getting a lot of spillover from Wake Forest and Raleigh communities. And so, they're looking to try to grow and expand, and they know the type of quality work that we provide our tenants and the citizens of Youngsville, and so they got behind us 100%. But that's currently what we've got as far as the 3 stories go. But I would encourage you to look at Hampton Village of Rocky Mount. I would encourage you to go to Hampton Village of Nashville and even the established community there in Youngsville and just see, the peacefulness that's there. It's not a loud, flamboyant community. I mean, it benefits us as property owners to have a peaceful community because we want the kind of tenants that are going to want to live in that environment, working tenants. People that's going to get up in the morning at 6 a.m., go to work, come home at 6 p.m., and then go to bed and want to live in a peaceful community. So it serves us to have a respectful, peaceful community, and that's ultimately what we seek here as well.
What surrounds the property at 96 and Wolfpack and Youngsville?
96 and Wolfpack, to be honest with you, on the south side, it's alternate U.S. Highway 1. That's the south side, and that eventually has transitioned because of the business complex that's there. You've got Franklin County Business Complex, similar to Nashville Business Complex. And so they have slowly transitioned from a residential RS1 community into that of multifamily and businesses. And they just opened White Street Brewery manufacturing plant right there. They're expanding. I mean, over a course of time, things change. And, with that community, with that road going through there, certainly infrastructure can carry 18-wheelers, similar to this one here. But there are single-family dwellings. My brother actually lives in a house on the corner at US 1A and Hampton Village Road, right there at Hampton Village in Youngsville. He bought him a house there, fixed it up. I think he had it appraised. I'm not sure what the value is, but it's certainly a lot better now than before he bought it. So If you go down that corridor and just look, you'll see how it looks kind of spot zoned. It's similar to the way Western Avenue is. You've got industrial, you've got business, you've got residential, you've got duplexes, you've got apartments. I mean, it's all kinds of stuff. And, you know, the town of Youngsville got behind us on putting that apartment community there, and we were able to develop it, and we got annexed in, and things are good. So, but I encourage anybody to check out what we've done. I have no problem standing behind what we provide our communities and our tenants with.
Are there any more questions, Council? Thank you so much.
If I could just add one more, just general facet to this, if I may. The water and sewer side of things, which is what, you know, what I do for a living is plan for water and sewer and growth and everything else. And having been a utilities director for the Nash County Public Water Utilities, you know, revenue was always an issue, trying to raise funds and trying to do that. The multifamily facet of rezoning this and putting a development of this size on it, you'll have, that's 144 water and sewer users that will help to fill the coffers of that enterprise fund as well by using and consuming goods in the town. They're not just tax base, they're not just, you know, as has been poorly stated, transient, you know, employees. They are users of town consumables and town goods and services that you render to your citizens. They will become citizens of the area, and they will use what will likely be to the effect of around $300,000 a year in water and sewer revenue into your enterprise fund. And that's conservative because some of them will use more, some of them will use less. That's based on around 1,500 to 1,600 gallons a month per unit. You get 3 bedrooms, you're talking 3,500 gallons a unit, and there's a lot of 3 bedrooms in this development. So I would urge you to consider the fact that if you have a need for capital improvement, if you have debt principal that you're trying to retire on any extensions or any new you know, expansions of water and sewer to shore up any kind of ailing infrastructure, you know, that revenue, while I know it is not all profit, I know you have to purchase water and you have to treat it and there's expense involved with it, you will have 144 new water and sewer customers that will be definitely, you know, shoring up the enterprise funds that are the water and sewer fund in town. So I just wanted to mention that. That's something that nobody's really talked about, and I just want to make sure is added because there's more benefit than just tax base, and I just wanted to add that. So.
Thank you.
And to that point with the water and sewer, I just wanted to make it clear what our intents are is to have 6 master meters at this property. So you're not going to have 144 individual water meters that's got to be read. What our intent is to have 6 meters furnishing each one for these buildings. And so if we're able to do that, then, well, first of all, you're going to get paid from the property owner because the rates are going to be tied into the tenant. So it's not like you're going to have to worry about getting compensated from these individual tenants. You're going to be able to get that from us. But number 2, when you go to read these meters, you're only going to have half a dozen. You're not going to have 144. So you'll be able to ride down the road, get in, get out, and then go on, check, you know, work with other communities. So I think that's something to take into consideration as well. That, you know, we're able to do that, and that certainly makes it more efficient for your employees.
Thank you. Ms. Chapman? Ed Batchelor?
Thank you again. I'm Ed Batchelor, and I'm with one of the principals and president of the property management company who would be managing these communities. You know, Nashville has a lot of tax credit and affordable units, which are subsidized. Finding market rate units in Nashville and in this area is very difficult. Right now, you have like Hampton Village of Nashville, which has no units available. They're 100% occupied. So if somebody's coming in and wants to move into a unit of a regular market unit, they are not there. And so we need that. We believe that the people moving in, these units will be a much higher standard than what those are. You know, our rents are going to, you know, starting at like $950 average rents will be $1,050. These units are very upscale, they're market rents. We will not be accepting Section 8 vouchers. We're going to have granite countertops in the units, stainless steel appliances. It will match, the interiors will match most of the houses that are being built today in Nashville and the surrounding areas. So the new construction and apartment markets have just increased dramatically because we see the need. A lot of people can't afford to buy. They don't have the down payment to buy. It's one of the biggest problems. So we have more and more people every day looking to rent, and they like the upper scale apartments. Got some right now we're looking at doing a renovation on. And one of the biggest complaints from the people coming to rent those apartments, and this is in outside of Raleigh, is they don't have stainless steel appliances. Everything is still white appliances. And the people are now looking for that. So it brings in a high level of resident. Have to make at least 3 times their rent to be able to live there. We do criminal background checks on everyone and credit checks, so we know what we're getting with the people that are moving in. And we are very strict along those lines. It's going to have a walking path, the playgrounds. It's going to be green. So these buildings are going to be built to the green standards. So therefore, they're using less electricity and water and sewer. The forecast, for the Rocky Mount, Nashville area right now is for rents to be, $757. These will be, like I say, again, averaging $1,050 with a lot of different amenities there. And this area needs it. I was one nice reading your website, and it was talking about, you're the pathway. You get people that can go to Rocky Mount, work in this area, and also go to Raleigh. I think there's many millenniums and empty nesters who are now wanting to get away from the bigger towns. And so they're coming to these small towns like Nashville. We manage properties in Oxford and Henderson, which are 3-story apartment buildings. Those units, we stay 0% vacancy. Anytime we have one down, the only time we have availability is while we're moving them. Somebody's already rented it, and we're doing turnover on the units to bring the units up to our standards. So there's a need for it in these type towns, and we see it more and more, that people are moving outside. And it's going to be part of your community that you're going to be proud of. We want to work with all the residents of that area. I understand it. And I fully believe that it will increase values because we see it in other areas. Then we get nice, well-maintained apartment communities that are built in to fit in with the environment and the town, that you will see property values go up, not down. I've furnished you information as far as what's going, most of the statistics from CoStar are based on the Nashville Rocky Mount area, but I did furnish you some information on the Nashville market, and I believe that will show you that there's very little development to be done right now that are scheduled, and that the need for upscale multifamily housing is available to you. I will note there was one, I was looking over at earlier, and on one of the sheets that talks about Nashville, it has average rents are $1,099. That is not correct. The average rents in the Nashville market are about $670 on your market rate apartments. So if you ever have any questions and want to, please, we invite people to visit our properties. We have them throughout North Carolina, but a strong focus in eastern North Carolina, along with all the Youngsville, again, Henderson, Oxford, some of the outlying areas around Raleigh. And we have apartments that are blended into the community. So, I'll be glad to answer any questions and be glad for anyone to come view our properties so that you can see how we try to manage and make sure we maintain the properties at all times to add value to your community.
I have a question. Where is this information that you said you submitted?
Did you get a handout?
Is it in here?
Yes.
It's in here that you gave us.
Yes, it's
tonight?
towards the back of the
Okay.
package.
It's actually marked, looks like that.
And the appraisal that you were quoting, where is that in there?
Well, he just has the appraisal. I'm just made a comment about what I've
Okay,
seen.
but it's not in here.
No.
No, it is, yes, ma'am.
Third page.
The third?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
No, I'm just talking about what I've seen in the other
Right.
communities we're developing, and we've done a lot of renovations throughout communities, trying to bring the product up to improve the quality of resident that's moving in and to improve the appearance of the cities that we're in. So I appreciate your time, and thank you very much.
And we thank you. Tony, is it Koenig?
I don't have any sworn testimony. I might get thinking. To me, again, just comes, again, just comes down to the proportionality of the thing. And as far as the heights and all this, with the exception of Westgate Apartments, they have 2 buildings with 4 units each. There are 2 stories. As far as I know, all the other rental properties out there are all 1-story units. And they're no more than 4 to a unit. So with the exception of Westgate Apartments, there's 2 buildings that sit far off the road. That's the only 2-story rental properties that you have. And when you look at Bass Drive, look at Bass Drive, they're only 4 to a unit. And right there on Western Avenue, I think there's 1 apartment that's 2 to a unit. And all the other rental properties, I think, are single family, I believe. So again, to me, it just comes down to the proportionality of the thing. And that's, you know, I can't say more than that. That's what it comes down to me, the proportionality. Say, you know, I've seen the whole neighborhood built, been out there for 30 years. I remember all we had was Western Avenue. We had a dirt road, went from the town garage down to Doug's Falls. So I've seen Sarah Drive get built, I've seen Hella Drive get built, Westview Court, which I live on, the industrial area, and the rescue squad. But you know, it all fits, because everything's where it needs to be. For that area, everything is proportional. And to me, this is something like you would see in Raleigh, it's going to be dumped in an established neighborhood. And to me, it's out of proportion and just doesn't make sense to me. And that's my
Thank
main
you.
thing.
Thank you. Mr. Craig Smith?
Thank you for taking my time, and I may lay some things down. So, when we were talking about in context, I've got some larger drawings here, but I've also provided you with some packets, and I don't think you have them yet. But the packages for review of what more specifically show the proposed project would look like against the area. And I've also enclosed a copy of Stuart Shepard's resume, who, by the way, owns property with his family 3 doors down from 610 Western. So you'll see that he's qualified in producing these drawings. So when the question was asked about context, of course, we had only received the information that Mr. Lansing had given us from the site, but here is what, in context, it would look like against the neighborhood. Again, you have those packets, or you have those pictures in your packet. You know, you're in a pretty difficult situation to try and look at approving special use when a lot of the points really haven't come through. Now, I've met with Mr. Hurt, and you know, I do agree that Mr. Hurt is very passionate about his business, about trying to grow it profitably and talking about cash. And you know, if I was in his shoes, I would be the same way. This is a little bit of a different situation. This is tying more into a community than what it was. But I guess I have some questions that I don't know that were really answered about some of the things that need to be proven for special use. I think it's a great project, but I think it's good somewhere else. I think maybe in a part of town where there's grocery stores, there's shopping, there's places that you can really go and enjoy, but not here. This is not the setting for something like this. So some of the questions that I'm not sure, I know we're here to try and prove things as it was laid out by Mr. Edwards to us earlier, but I don't think it's been proven to us as landowners that our property values are going to go up. I see that his property value will go up because he's got material costs in it. He's got all of those kind of things from a property value per unit, but I'm not sure how it's going to affect anybody else up and down the street. And I don't really see anything that speaks to that. The other thing that I heard tonight is we're talking luxury type rentals. So what does that mean in Nashville? And what if luxury type rentals are not taking place? What happens to the property? Where does it go? Where do rentals go? It's a business decision. So they can start here, but they can very quickly go here. And I don't think anybody can speak to, first, we couldn't speak to what happens during a pandemic and the fact that people can't pay some rents now. So what if that continues? How do we fill these? How are we able to actually provide what needs to be provided at those rates? And what does it do to the neighborhood if they come down? Something else that I've heard tonight that I don't know that's been proven by Mr. Tolson is that we're going to do the best we can to try and meet some of these, but there are development costs that are associated with it. Okay, what does that mean? What are you going to cut to get the proper development that the town would want to see if that hasn't happened? What will be cut out? What will not be done? Who's going to oversee this type of project and how it can be done? So that is a concern. And one of the other things that I don't know has really been talked about is what's the DOT going to require? The DOT has standards that they have to require to, and no plans have been done. So what does that mean? I don't know that we know. None of that has been proven. A couple of the questions that I have about that, if I can find my notes, is that, does that mean it's going to eat up property on both sides of the road? Does that mean it's just going to bash 610 side of the road, into ingress and egress? It's my understanding from standard, and I don't work with DOT, and I don't know what the answer is. I'm sure the engineers might, but that with a 35-mile-an-hour zone, there has to be a certain range that you have to have that's going to run up and down the street. We don't know what that is. So how much of the properties of my mother and my aunts down the road is going to get eat up with a turn lane? And maybe the other way, too, in front of Ms. Tant's house that comes in. So we don't know any of those things. You can't make a decision on something like that you don't know. We've asked for that information, but nobody's given it. I've spoken to Mr. Liverman. Is he here by chance with the DOT? We can't, as a citizen, haven't been able to get any of that type of information. So, when it came up in the beginning tonight about having these two hearings in the same session, it really does put the citizens behind the 8 ball, because we might not know the necessary things that we have to deal with some of these situations through the special use. It's my understanding that what has to be proven is that it is in harmony with the area. Well, it's not. It's not in accordance with the comprehensive plan and the future use plan, which it has to be a part of, according to what I've read, for special use approval. It may injure adjoining property values, and no professional has been able to prove that. Because typically, when you have something like that that goes up behind your home, as been said tonight, people are already looking to move out of the area. I don't think that's what the town wants. It certainly will increase traffic. That's been pointed out. 200-some spaces. People going and coming, looking for parks because there's not assigned parking. 24 hours a day, there's going to be traffic going in and out because we don't know what type of livelihood these people have and how they work there. It certainly will create a noise factor. Dumpsters at 6 o'clock in the morning, vehicles, playgrounds, just sheer numbers of people are going to increase that. I've not heard anything about a traffic study being done, hadn't heard anything about a noise pollution situation. And we all know that to the town of Nashville, when there's ball fields and there's games and things like that, surrounding neighbors have an issue with that. And what about the lights? We don't know what that'll do. I mean, it will be light pollution to all the neighbors around. There's no way outside of that. And security, I'm concerned about security for my mother. With that many spots, parking, running around, playgrounds, are we even sure that the security will be taking place there? And I understand they want to do background checks and all of that, and we appreciate that. But again, what happens if rates change and we're just trying to fill the spots? So I guess my evidence to present to you are the pictures that we have here by Stuart Shepard, who is licensed to do these kind of things. And I do have one more thing that I would like to leave with you. And these were based on original drawings as well. And this was a concern of security and safety for my mother. And these were from the drawings that Mr. Lansing sent us. And this calculation that's on this is based upon what buffer would need to be shown there for people to not be able to look over the fence and into mother's window. 8.5 by 11 has been attached to it, and it has been signed off by a professional engineer looking at the plans and the documents that we've been provided. So I'll leave this information with you. Know that a lot of questions haven't been answered to go through the special use approval.
Thank you. Mr. Todd Smith. And state your name and address, please.
My name is Todd Smith. I live at 4100 Bashford Bluffs Lane in Raleigh, North Carolina. I'm here speaking and was asked to look into this situation by my mother, who lives at 537 Haley Drive. And everything has pretty much been said that I would have even thought to say tonight. Basically that I know for a special use permit, as it's already been said many times, it has to be in harmony, but also with the comprehensive plan. And I put together, I am personally a registered professional engineer. I put together a site plan used Google Earth, and it has the new development, and you have copies of that. And it has the new development, and I can get Mr. Hahn, I have a copy of it. And there's no doubt that what he has presented looks like a very nice facility. I don't know how anybody could look at his rendering to know that the quality of that facility is nice. But if you look, count the dots on these rooftops. There's 177 rooftops that currently exist on that side of town. You'll have 6 rooftops in this new development, and there'll be 144 new residential units there. So that the size and scope
in a infill location. There's none to be, really no other development around it to service it other than going down through the creek to downtown or down a new sidewalk that'll be built. There's nothing that's going to be there, and therefore it doesn't seem to, with the size and the scope, to be in harmony with the single-story residential neighborhood. And therefore, it's not in harmony, and it doesn't fit the current comprehensive plan for the town. And so I don't know how you could issue a special use permit if it does not meet those requirements, as that is one of the 4 tenants specifically that is used to determine to be able to use a special use permit. And that's pretty much all I've got to say.
Thank you so much. Joey Rabel, did you want to speak again with evidence? Is he here?
No.
Kenneth Fly? Kenneth Fly? Thank you. Dwight Jordan? Thank you, Dwight. Then we have Sherry. Do you have to speak again? Or was this for the, I guess I think we just need to add this to the list, Randy? Someone gave me the list with their names on it.
Okay.
Sherry, Chris Joyner, Anthony Puckett, and you.
Sure, you have anything you want to say?
I don't. Chris Joyner?
Joyner?
Oh, okay.
Chris Joyner, Fire Chief of Nashville Fire Department. During when we were submitted these plans, we went out and did hydrant testing in the area just to confirm that they would control the water. You get over 6,000 gallons of water coming off of those hydrants, so yes, it will supply the system. Also, I looked at the layout of his structures. We can get to every corner of those buildings with our aerial piece on those 3-story buildings, so that is one thing I looked at also. He has also supplied in between the buildings an FDC valve, which will supply the sprinkler. These are completely sprinklered apartment buildings also, so every one of those are sprinklered, which makes them safer than most residential homes we've got in the town of Nashville. But every one of them are sprinklered. Water system is there, and when we looked at it from the other safety standpoints, we felt like it was a good option for us. So,
Thank you, Chris. Is Anthony Puckett here?
yes,
I have a
ma'am.
question of Chris. Does this push the need for a second fire station even to a higher level?
The main station here was spot at. Our need for a second station is on the east side of town.
And that's just the response.
Right.
Will this increase your need for staff?
It should. I mean, anything can increase the need for staff, anything going on. But yes, sometimes we'll have to have more staff. That's more people coming into the town. The one thing that it does help is the fact that it is a sprinkler building. So my concern of fire load in that building is really good. I mean, I'm happy with the fact that that's a sprinkler building. I wish all our apartments in this town were sprinkler. I'd sleep a whole lot better at night.
Thank you.
Chris, you're safety officer for the town. In reference to traffic getting off the highway into the apartment complex, in and out, what is your opinion?
In the meeting with Bobby Liverman said that there would probably be a turn lane there. That is a 35-mile-an-hour zone in there, so when you start looking at traffic, the traffic should be able to be slow enough to go through there. That's one thing we looked at also. Bobby Liverman took time to look at that day when we were in there. So, Chief Puckett can speak on the behalf of the traffic flow in there.
Thank you, Mr. Joyner. Mr. Puckett.
Good evening. Anthony Puckett, Chief Police Department. As far as the traffic goes, Ms. Hinton, there's a turn lane there at Wheelers Drive as well, where Hampton Village Apartments is. And what I did is I tried to find an apartment complex close in relation to size to what this would be. This was 144 units. At Hampton Village off of Wheelers Drive, which is in front of Piggly Wiggly, there's 118 units of Hampton Village. There's 48 units of Stony Creek Commons. So that's a 166 unit complex. Over the previous,
14 duplexes.
I'm sorry?
And 14 duplexes. And people have a hard time getting out of Wheelers Drive onto Washington Street.
And that may be true, but as far as the accidents, the motor vehicle accidents right there at Willis Drive, we've had 4 over the last year, which is pretty much in normal relationship to the rest of the town. Obviously, from a public safety perspective, safety is my concern. So that was why I did this research. Over the previous 12 months, and as far as the monthly price for Hampton Village, according to their website, was $625 to $925 per month. I don't know how that relates into this apartment complex. There was not an abundance of police calls in the area of Willis Drive any more than anywhere in the town of Nashville. A majority of the calls for service were traffic stops, which are proactive and self-initiated by our officers. Medical calls, which are going to be common anywhere in town, and public service calls, which are vehicle lockouts, talk with an officer, things of that nature. Over the previous 12 months, the disturbance, domestic, and property crime calls, there were a total of 15. There were 7 disturbances, 5 domestics, and 3 property crimes, which in relation to the rest of the town is a normal call for service volume. According to the proposed site plan that Chief Joyner and I looked at, I don't, after Bobby Liverman spoke, I don't see any concern with traffic that would be any different from Wheelers Drive or anywhere else. As far as the light patterns and the lights there, I think there was significant lighting in the area. And as far as a safety concern, I don't see any safety concern that would cause any other issue other than anywhere else in town already has it.
Would it increase your need for staff?
We already understaffed, so yes, it would. I mean, I've gone over that several times. We're very understaffed, so yes, it would.
I would like to answer the question. You asked about Washington Street, I believe Ms. Hinton did.
Yeah.
If you look at the DOT study, Washington Street does somewhere between 11,000, 12,000 cars a day. Out here on Western Avenue, I want to say it's like 1/3, it might be 2,400 cars a day on that street. So, but Washington is between 11,000, 12,000 cars a day.
Which means we're going to have a concern with that 84-unit, 3-story senior apartment, people getting in and out.
That is going to be a right-hand
Right in and
turn.
right out.
That's a right-hand turn only. There's no left turns coming out of there.
And that is an issue that DOT is supposed to be looking at resolving.
Absolutely.
We've already addressed that within the
Thank
map.
you.
Mr. Lansing, you were next, but can I get the 2 people in that were outside that would like to speak, Brian Murphy and Roy Butler, because I'm going to have to swear them in. Where are they?
I'm Brian Murphy.
Did I swear you in before?
No, ma'am.
Okay, we need to get you sworn in.
And the gentleman in the back there.
Where? Can you both at the same time? Yeah, I'll just hold the Bible and read it, and then you say. Come up and you'll be sworn in too. Do you swear that the evidence you shall give to the board in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, you may go. Brian?
So just wanted to reaffirm that I am opposed to this situation and point out a couple of things. According to North Carolina rules and regulations for the North Carolina Real Estate Commission, spot zoning is defined by the North Carolina Supreme Court as a zoning ordinance or amendment that singles out and reclassifies a relatively small tract owned by a single person or surrounded by a much larger area uniformly zoned. So you can picture our neighborhood is very well uniformly zoned. So as to impose upon the small tract greater restrictions than those imposed upon the larger area, or as so to relieve the small tract from restrictions to which the rest of the area is subjected, is called spot zoning. And if found to be spot zoning is illegal. And I submit that I would believe that this would constitute spot zoning. A few duplexes and a very few small apartment buildings, 2 units, 4 units. I have a very good dear friend of mine owns an 8-unit on Washington Street, very small building, very quaint, fits in with the town, wonderful. It's beautiful aesthetic. It's got the age to it that's not too old, but at the same time fits with the town of Nashville. Excuse me. But 2-unit, 4-unit apartments, even 1 40-unit apartment does not compare to a 144-unit to 161-unit neighborhood. If local business owners supported this plan, as I heard earlier, by hearsay, I would believe that it would actually be here to show that support. So I wouldn't recommend anybody listen to hearsay that people support things unless you heard it from themselves. I do have an issue with the retaining pond, besides the flooding aspect of it. If that is standing water, and it seems like there's going to be a lot of standing water, that's going to breed a lot of mosquitoes. With a 1 mile radius is where mosquitoes feed. So within 1 mile of that pond, my family, your family, and everybody walking downtown might get ate up by extra mosquitoes. And it might seem like a silly thing, but I got sweet blood. They really like to eat on me. So I really want you to vote no. In my personal opinion, as well as my professional opinion, again, as a real estate agent in the state of North Carolina, it would hurt my family, it would hurt my neighbors, and it would hurt the town of Nashville. Yes, there's going to be some pros and there's going to be some cons, but overall, I think it would hurt the town of Nashville more than it would help. I firmly oppose, so please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Roy Butler?
You have to go with,
Yeah, you may come up and state your name and your address.
And right here, this is a perfect picture.
Okay.
My name is Lisa Butler. I live on Westwood Circle, which is this circle you see right here. And if I may, I do have a picture I would like to share, if that's possible, for just some evidence. Would you like to look at it just to see if it's... I'm sorry?
Can you email it to the clerk later?
Yes. And what it is just a few weeks ago, I'm sure you remember when the hurricane came through, and it's a picture of the flooding. And I'm sure most of you are aware of that. And I appreciate, Mr. Taylor, you thinking about us on Westwood Circle, because it does not seem like anybody else does. I was there when Floyd hit. My husband's boat was used for rescue, and I'm sorry I'm getting emotional. My best friend lost her home. My neighbor had a heart attack right in front of me. She lost her home, her business. I'm not sure if any of you, some of you people that have been here a long time, remember Miss Thompson that lived on Westwood Circle. She kept a lot of people's children around here. And when I see this and the flood that we have now just from a small tropical storm, tropical depression, my neighbors, a couple of them are here, have had it up to their doorsteps. And if you look at this picture that's circulating, when I was sitting back there, that's why I came to speak, because it just, the pond that they're showing and talking about is directly facing Westwood Circle. Did you notice that? So you tell me, when the water comes 14, 15 inches into that pond, it's going to completely go right down into Westwood Circle. And I wish that picture would pop up just so you could see what I'm talking about. So this is very, I have lived there for 28 years and had to deal with the flooding, losing neighbors' homes, their jobs, their health, and this is very discouraging to me. And I really oppose this. And as you see it coming around, I hope it will show that map of Westwood Circle. Right through those woods at the back of that is my home, and 2 or 3 of these other people in here. Is their home that I've raised my children. They have children. Can you imagine standing out on your front doorstep, water to the roof of homes, and petrified to death to see this? And I just wish I could show that picture to give these people an idea of what I'm talking about.
Send it to us, please.
It's like watching a movie, but you're standing there looking at it. So please, please consider looking at that, the flooding situation of these communities that are what we are already dealing with, what we've already lost, and the sheer terror of seeing that. Thank you.
Mr. Butler, do you have more evidence?
Just a couple things I heard tonight that I'd like to just point out. Sorry, I was getting emotional thinking about what my wife was saying, what we've been through. One thing, these apartments out there
38 feet to the peak, 8 foot down, that leaves 30 feet in my book. That's a big thing to hide from the highway out there. It don't fit with the community. You've heard it a number of times, just want to say that again. Second thing I noticed on one of the drawings, there it is, that little walkway right there, goes right down along that creek, comes down, so it looks all beautiful and everything. That goes in the water a bunch. Water comes right out of that creek, that walkway. You'll have a liability issue with kids when it rains trying to go down that walkway to access anything on that side of town. You just will. I'm going to send you some pictures. My wife's got pictures. We got a lifetime of pictures of things that don't even hardly make the newspaper that flood down there right now. And that stormwater pond, that thing is designed to collect sedimentation and liquids from the parking lot and not let those things go out into the environment. That's what their main purpose is. It's not to stop these big floods we're talking about. It's going to wash right over that thing. That's a spit hole. That ain't nothing. Water's going to go right over that. And the other thing I'd like to say, flow. 12-inch line. You're going to tap in there with 6 water mains, and somebody's going to tell me it ain't going to affect my pressure. Bull squat. It's going to have plenty of pressure up on the hill where these apartments are, because that's how head pressure works coming off the main, the water. But downstream from that water, it's going to have negative impact. So how about somebody come to my house, verify my water pressure, and then tell me what my water pressure is after this monstrosity is built? It's going to be different. It ain't going to be the same. 30 years I've watched my water pressure go down with each development that's been developed. And I ain't been here as long as some of these people, but I've been around 30 years watching it. And every time that neighborhood goes in, pressure gets a little less, pressure gets a little less. It has an impact. I watch you guys on closed circuit TV too, when other people come in here and they talk to you specifically about this water pressure when developments get built and the citizens of this town are affected by low water pressures. It's real. It happens. Check the calculations. Q equals VA. I'm a licensed engineer. I'll be glad to go over any of the calculations provided for any of this stuff free of charge. Thank you.
Thank you. That ends our list of people that signed up to speak. Council, do you have any questions? If not, the public hearing. You were on the list, but I thought when we checked you off, that was at the first, so he can speak again?
Right.
Okay, that's what I was thinking, okay.
He's subject to questions too, that, you know, for anything he says, he can be asked additional questions.
Okay.
And I'm gonna ask Mike to come up and speak on some of these things too, but some of the layouts that you've seen out there didn't show any natural vegetation, it didn't show any landscaping, and it also showed it on a flat plane. So the perception isn't, and that in reality, what we're talking about doing is what's on there. Having natural vegetation, landscaping that meets the ordinances that y'all have. And it is compliant. I heard something about the parking, and, you know, in our communities that we have, usually you start having assigned parking when you don't have enough. And so we don't have that problem. We meet the ordinances that the town of Nashville has set out for the number of parkings based off of the density and the number of units that we have. You know, and I did speak with Bob Lieberman too. I'm glad that the police chief and the fire chief mentioned the conversation that they had, because this widening is going to take place, or this turning lane is going to take place between the entrance and the exit, per my conversation with Bob Lieberman. We talked about lighting. We're going to put shields around these light poles so that the light is directed straight down, and we've actually took the concerns of the adjacent property owners into consideration, and we're not going to have wall packs on the side of these buildings that can be seen from the side. And there's another reason for that, because sometimes tenants don't want to have those lights beside their windows, and so we've elected to remove those. You know, somebody mentioned, there's several things that's mentioned that, you know, we talk about this quasi-judicial hearing has to be fact. There was something about maybe the opinion about properties that I own, everything I own is market rate. I don't own anything other than anything that is market rate. So I do have that in my credibility, and I can speak on that because that's what I own. There's nothing wrong with people that get subsidized housing. Everybody needs help from time to time. But everything that I own and everything I intend on moving forward will be that market rate. But I'd like for Mike to step up, if you don't mind, to just kind of talk about some of the layouts.
So in a couple of things, and there were several that were brought up that I just want to make sure is to add a little bit of relativity to some of the questions. While the real estate agent that stood up and said he had very sweet blood and that this would be a mosquito haven, I hear that, but we back up to Stony Creek. We back up to a rather large floodplain. Water stands in this town all over the place. There's vector control that your public works department should be practicing to keep some of that down. There are some methods to keep water from breeding mosquitoes, and I understand that's a concern, but just to the, well, if this is a plan north, just to, that's as big a pond as the entire development we're talking about, standing water. And so it's the headworks of the creek that runs behind there, probably a couple of mosquitoes in that are well within that 1 mile radius that the speaker was mentioning. So I don't know that you can blame this development that isn't there for the current mosquitoes that are out there or any that may be born and chewing on him in the near future. So I would just say that relatively, this is a small pond compared to the one just to the west. While I would also say that the gentleman who stood up and said he's a civil engineer, and I respect that, and all right, man, Wolfpack, but we design these storm drainage basins all the time. We can either have a dry detention basin that has a very large designed 100-year storm. When Floyd comes through, no one can design for that. No one can design for the 600-year occurrence of a storm, and no one can build anything that can withstand that. Your house isn't built that way. Mine's not. In a 600-year storm, you would literally, everyone would be in the same boat, quite literally. When it comes down to designing these things, you have to draw the line somewhere. The state has regulations. They tell you what you have to impound. We do that, and we release it at the rate that has to be designed. I have to assume liability by signing and sealing the engineered document that will allow that water to flow where it needs to be. While I can understand the water pressure issues that he is telling us, you heard the fire chief say they flowed hydrants, they got 6,000 gallons a minute from those hydrants. You know, in fire flow, you typically aim for 1,000 gallons a minute. That means there's good pressure up on the hill where it's at. We are 30 feet, 40 feet below at the back building on that thing. That only adds pressure to the actual water line that will be in the back. That I can show the math for that, and I will have to show the math for that for any water main extension that we do that we will submit for the site plan to show that we have run a hydraulic flow analysis for every unit in the building. And there will be, if need be, to pump pressure up, a pump in each room, in each building to address pressure and sprinkler, fire flow, risers, and everything else. This will be designed to be a modern, well-engineered, and completely safe facility. And I understand that the gentleman has problems with his water pressure that could be due to other issues like undersized lines at the end of cul-de-sacs that we can look at as part of other parts of the project. The bottom line is if there are flows and you have indicators that tell you those things, then there are other issues to be looked at. And I'm actually working with the town manager to work on a project to try and work on that. Not in conjunction with this, as something else that we've been working with the town for in the past. And hopefully we'll be able to get funding to study all of these things as far as water pressure and everything. So that's a completely unrelated to this, but these issues with water pressure are the kinds of things we need to document in that funding application to the state to get money to be able to study and try and get grant funds that will allow us to address those issues. So those are just a couple of the things. I will say that one of the, and I don't want to sound callous, and I know I probably will at some point, and I don't mean to, and I mean this with the utmost respect. If you look at the ends of the buildings, the end walls of the buildings, the gentleman that provided the map with the triangle showing the house next door and the elevation, very well done. One thing that it's not including in that sketch, if you guys can look at it, and I think you all have it with you, I hope you do. There's a 100-year-old tree that's about 40, 50 feet tall that's standing in the pathway between that very first building's windows that are on the end that we've already documented that we're going to save and try to maintain as part of the natural landscape of the property, that is blocking the whole side of that house to keep anybody from any of those windows looking into Miss Smith's windows. Now, does that keep somebody from looking? They may be looking, but they're going to see a tree, 8 months out of the year with leaves on it. And all the other buildings are well behind that existing structure. If you look at the aerial that this gentleman with all the red dots provided, you can see that prominent tree that is being saved there, and it is level head with that first row of buildings, and it completely blocks the entire side of that existing house. They got to get a ladder and look over the fence and be right next door to be able to look into her window. And there's going to be Leland cypresses planted all along that side. We can plant larger trees on the front end to give her more screening if she would like. The fence can be 8 feet tall in that one section, and we can drop back to 6 feet for privacy. Those are all accommodations that you can put as things as part of the permit conditions that we can look at. And that's what I would recommend you do before you decide that all of these arguments have merit or valor. I would say that there are stipulations you can put on the special use permit that will still allow a development like this to come to town, but will be in harmony, and hopefully we can't satisfy everybody. We can't make everybody's flood issues in the past go away, but we can keep this property, we can develop it and give it the highest and best use by putting good engineering and sound principle and development plans into it, and working in a collaboration with the town in order to be able to build a product that you guys, we can be proud of, you can be proud of, and I've got to drive by it every day. We work and live in this area, so I mean, this is our home area as well, as far as I'm concerned, and Mr. Hurt's in town every day. It's going to be that way, and we got committed people to it. So I would say that consider that in your special use, and I think Randy will probably, or the planning director will probably lead you into some of those conditions that can be put on there. Granted, we've tried to answer as many questions as we can, but there's probably a few that I heard the man say that he didn't have a lot of questions answered. We've talked to as many people as we can. In development, what you typically do is go and try and get your special use permit and rezoning before you go and invest in all of the engineering that it takes to be able to design a structure and a site like this. You do preliminary planning. Yes, that pond may be a spit hole. It may be 9 feet deep and 100 feet wider. We may have to size it. It may be half that size when we come down and run the numbers for what we're doing. The bottom line is what you've seen is renderings of what we want to see and what we visualize there, and we will build the site to be able to make it work on the site. Not cutting corners, not doing things that we leave out because I have to sign and seal it, and my professional code of ethics will not let me provide you a product that does not meet the code of law. So I would just recommend to you to consider that as part of this process. So thank you.
And just in closing, I'm also one of the principal owners of Danco Builders Incorporated. I'm an unlimited licensed general contractor, and I will be the ones developing this project. I'm proud to say that my grandfather actually built one of the only apartment unit buildings that didn't flood when Floyd came, and that was Hampton Village of Nashville. And they did the site work too, the civil engineering design. So when you've got a good general contractor and you've got a good engineering group, you can lay a community out, you can design it so that obviously Floyd it was Floyd that hit. Floyd's what did all the flooding here, and that Hampton Village of Nashville didn't flood when Floyd came because you had a good contractor, you had a good bunch of owners, and you had a good civil engineering group that helped lay it out. And so we're trying to bring that same team back. So thank you very much for the opportunity today.
Randy, you have anything to say?
I can't add anything to what's already been said. Thank
Okay.
you.
Anybody else on the list?
Got a hand in the back.
Oh, okay.
Podium,
Come up
please.
here and state your name.
My name is Susan Bale, and I just have a quick question. So coming in and out of the proposed project, would you come out, would you have to turn right? And then when you come in, would you come in, are there certain ways to come in and out, is my question for the developer? Okay, so what are those?
It's one way in, one way out. So the side closest to South Barnes Street would be where you would enter, and then the exit would be
Moving back towards
Would be-
alternate 64.
headed back towards 60, well, yeah, the side closest to 64.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It makes sense. So when they leave out of the development, what's gonna happen is, as far as Helen Smith, and then you have Christy Briggs's property, and then you have the vacant lot, and then you have my residence. So when they come out, the issue that we're gonna have is, they're gonna turn around in our driveways to head back towards downtown Nashville.
Well, there'll
Does
be
that
a
make sense?
I understand what you're saying, but there'll be a turn lane there, so when they pull out, if I was heading downtown Nashville, instead of going into your driveway, I would make a left, get in the turn lane, and then I could safely merge over.
Okay, so it's not gonna be just, you have to turn right.
No.
Okay.
They'll be able to make a right or left, and I would say unless they're going to downtown, they're probably gonna make that right on 64 highway. If I was going to food line, I'd go to 64 instead.
Okay, all right, that was just my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there are no other comments,
I've got a question.
Okay.
The gentleman seemed to answer the question two different ways, so can he show us on the map the entrance and exits for the special use as designed?
Okay, all right. Back up. Give it to the side now. Okay. So, South Barnes Street is on this side, 64 highway is on this side. So this would be where you would enter into the complex, Bass Drive,
And that's in and out. I mean, you don't have to just enter there, right?
That's the only
That's gonna
entrance.
be- It's a one-way in,
Okay.
and then you'd exit on the other side. So the turn lane would be centered in between the exit and the entrance. So you could, if you wanted to make that left, go to downtown, you would give them the turn lane, and then you would merge. And then-
We have a
Yes,
question
sir.
in the back.
oh, okay.
I'm still a little confused about the ingress and egress coming out of there and what the DOT might require. We've tried on several occasions to get DOT information from the town and didn't get anything. So it's interesting to see that Bobby Liverman has been involved with this process for a while, because I thought we would be able to get it as citizens. But my question is, and I'm not sure, maybe you can answer this. Well, this is the DOT question, right? So, how far down, if that's a turn lane, a center lane, will it have to go in front of those properties? Because it's my understanding that because of the 35 mile an hour, that there has to be a certain, depending on the plan, a certain length of slow down and speed up, which based upon, I don't know if it's 12 foot on each side or 6 feet, that is going to be about 475
Mike's
feet.
more qualified to answer that, but I will say that through my conversations with Bobby Lieberman, he said that the actual turning lane itself would be in between the entrance and the exit. And so you would have an area that would high wedge down, but because it's 35, it's going to be insignificant for the most part. Now, if it was 55, it'd be significantly longer, and I understand your concerns, and that would be something, but the actual turning lane itself would be in between the entrance and the exit, per my conversation with you.
Yeah, Susan, I don't think that's been determined yet. but-
Well, and you're right. That typically gets determined when you apply for the driveway permits and you do traffic studies to see how wide and how much to tie back. Again, these are concepts. This is what we think we can get done. If if it requires a turn lane between the two entrances, there will be approach and taper, departure, and everything else, but 100 foot, 200 foot, whatever the numbers dictate with that.
So that comes back to the original concern that somebody brought up earlier that we have about how much of these properties from right of way are you gonna be looking at taking?
So we're not looking at taking anything.
I know you're not, but it's not up to you.
Well, it is not up to us, but we will negotiate with DOT in order to be able to restripe where we can, restripe lanes. You've got shoulder, you've got curb, you've got other things that are dictated in that a 12-foot lane or versus a 14-foot lane or a 12-foot lane with shoulder, you have to account for all that. We haven't gotten into those detailed conversations yet. But, you know, there's the road and then there's the right-of-way, which also is wider than the road. So you can probably work within the right-of-way to grab 3 feet, 4 feet, 2
Well,
feet.
the right of way crosses several ditches and goes almost up to the power poles.
Well, and we would engineer a solution to be able to accommodate all of that. But the truth of the matter is the right-of-way, we can work inside the right-of-way and probably not impact any property, especially if it's just tapers on both sides that would impact adjacent properties.
That's a real question, because that could also take land from both sides of the road, depending on what the DOT requires.
Well, the
So
DOT.
the people across the street could also lose right of way.
Well, the DOT they wouldn't lose right-of-way. The right-of-way is already established and there and belongs to the DOT.
You know my point.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but that's what the right-of-way's for, is to reserve for future transportation improvements. And again, I hear what you're saying.
Right.
I don't know the answer. I know that we would be required to do some improvements of a turn lane of some sort, and there'd be a approach and taper. We would try to restripe through the area to allow for it and try not to impact the overlying area, because that is, you know, that's the way that it needs to be done.
I understand that, but that kind of speaks to my point about not having all the answers prior to even making a decision like this.
I would agree. I would say that it's very difficult to answer all the questions when you don't know if you have a viable project or not, you know. So I would say, yes, sir, we've done as much as we could go forth with in good faith. I don't think you'll get all of the answers answered, but we've done the best we can, and we've submitted that case to you tonight, humbly. You know, that's the, you know, and I hear what you're saying.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else?
Some in the back.
Sorry, one more question. Susan Bell, adding to what Craig said, is if the road does have to be expanded into the shoulder or the right-of-way, and the water lines or sewer lines have to be moved because it's under the road, at whose expense is that going to be? Is that going to be the town of Nashville's, or is that going to be Mr. Hurt's expense?
Is that your only question?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then, then if you'll sit down, and then if he can speak directly into the microphone so it gets picked up.
I'm sorry.
And then, yeah.
So typically, you pave over water mains and sewer mains all the time. You don't technically have to move them. If there is anything that has to be moved as part of the development of this project, of course it will be on the developer's side of construction. We've looked at it. Sewer lines in the back of the property, so that's not going to need to be moved. We would be installing infrastructure internal to serve the sewer from inside. The water main, I am not exactly sure how far it is off the shoulder as it is, or off the right-of-way as it is. We pave over them all the time. They are actually better protected sometimes when they are under the pavement. If the town wants it moved outside of it as part of this, that's an incredibly involved procedure to move it out of the way just to keep from protecting it with asphalt in a turn lane. You have them all over town in the road now, and this one may even be in the road now. I'm not sure. It might very well be just within the pavement. So, you know, moving them out of the way is not necessarily a requirement when you widen the road or do those kinds of things. And as a matter of fact, they probably function a little bit more from a protected standpoint with the traffic that's out there and it going on out there if they're 3-foot barrier and with the cover that's out there on the side of the road. So, does that answer?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Any other input? If not, we will close the public hearing to receive comments on SU 2020-01. And then we go on down to C. And if there's someone that wishes to speak to this, you'll need to be sworn in. And it says public hearing to receive comments on SU 2020-02, request for a special use for property located off East Old Spring Hope Road, M-F, multiple family residential zoning district, for the purpose of establishing more than one multifamily building on a single lot. This parcel contains approximately 12.62 acres and is identified by Nash County Tax Parcel Number 38101553253. Is there anyone that wishes to speak to this? Okay, Sherry. Oh, there is one. There is, I need for Mike Stocks to be sworn in.
Sherry to be sworn in.
Find my sheet. Swearing in sheet. Packet. Okay, you're going to speak. Where is my little sheet? Well, I know what it says. So, do you swear to tell the truth and the information that you give be the truth?
I do.
Thanks.
Yes. The applicant is requesting a special use permit to allow more than one duplex to be established on a approximately 12.62 acre lot off East Old Spring Hope Road. The multifamily residential zoning district allows multifamily more than one building per lot with a special use permit. The sketch plan submitted shows 8 duplexes with future expansion of more units. The petition property is surrounded by a mixture of single-family dwellings and duplexes with mixed zoning classifications of multifamily, R10 medium-density residential, R6 high-density residential, and A1 agriculture zoning districts. With regards to the future land use map, the petition property is classified as medium residential growth. The surrounding areas are classified as high density, medium density, and agricultural growth. In granting the special use permit, if approved, the planning board and town council shall consider the finding of facts A through D listed below. And in your package, you have your application, followed by your site plan, quasi-judicial rules, table of uses for the multifamily zoning district and its permitted uses, section 18-114 and section 18-115, 15 and 27. You have your vicinity map, zoning map, land use map, and photos of proposed sites.
Thank you. Okay.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, the first thing I would like to do is to determine that I'm an expert in this field. So my name is James Michael Stocks. I am the owner and principal engineer at Stocks Engineering, located at 801 East Washington Street, Nashville, North Carolina. I have a Bachelor's of Science in Civil Engineering at North Carolina State University, graduate in 1988. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of North Carolina in 1994. My license number is 19843 in North Carolina. in South Carolina 1995, and in Virginia 2014, and the license number is 053508. I have over 30 years' experience in the land development, residential, and commercial. I would like for Madam Mayor, members of the council, members of the planning board, and council to acknowledge that I'm an expert witness in civil engineering. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just following the procedures that we said we were going to follow. So I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Okay. So now that this board and members of the council have declared me as an expert, I would like to make the following statements. I am familiar with the proposed Cross Creek development duplexes and the special use permit request. I am familiar with the location and general vicinity of this project. The uses surrounding the project are residential. There are approximately 47 single-family detached units across the street in Cross Creek communities, and there are approximately 18 single-family attached, a total of 36 units or 18 duplexes across the street. It is my professional opinion that the special use permit will not impede orderly development and the improvement of the surrounding properties. It is also my professional opinion, based on my experience as a professional engineer, that this request, the special use permit, is in general conformity with the town land use plan, the thoroughfare plan, and the adopted plans set forth by the town. The land is currently zoned multifamily. It was zoned multifamily in 2000, if I remember, when Dale Bone, the former Dale Bone, developed Cross Creek Communities. This was an originally planned unit development that had multifamily on this side of the road, duplexes across the street, smaller families, and as it went back to tie to Woodfield, the lots got larger, and that was part of an overall development plan that some of you may be aware of that went through this zoning process back in the early 2000s. It is also my professional opinion, based on my experience as a professional engineer, that this special use permit request is in general conformity with the ordinances and the policies applicable to this development. It is my professional opinion that, based on my experience and professional engineer, that the property subject to the special use permit is appropriately located for transportation facilities, water, sewer, supply, fire, and police protection for similar municipal services within this area. The nature of the proposed development is residential. It is my professional opinion that the proposed use will not be noxious or offensive by reason of vibration, noise, odor, dust, or smoke, or gas. As a professional engineer, I take the issue of public health, safety, and welfare into account in our designs. It is my professional opinion that, based on my experience as a professional engineer, that this requested special use permit will not materially endanger public health, safety, or welfare. It is my professional engineer opinion that there is adequate utilities, access roads, drainage, and other necessary facilities to provide to serve Cross Creek duplexes. I do believe that the submitted plan for Cross Creek duplexes meets the requirements and the intent of the special use permit. With that, I will open myself up for any questions you may have.
Are there any questions from the council?
Mr. Stock, based on the earlier development across the road, the one that you're requesting at this time will mirror the buildings, the residents that across the street, right?
Yeah.
They're all basically the same thing.
Yeah, there are 18, when you first go in the subdivision, there are 18 on your left, and there are proposed to be duplexes on the left as well.
Okay. How many stories? Duplexes.
There were duplexes. There's one story.
One story.
Yes, one story duplexes.
Everything's one story.
Everything is one story.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
What's the size of the water in the west water line?
There's an existing 12-inch water line that is in Old Spring Hub Road, and there is a 8-inch sewer that goes under Old Spring Hub Road that goes back to the Woodfield lift station.
Mike, the stormwater retention for this development doesn't quite show up on the plan, but where is it going to be located?
So this is a proposed development that will happen in multiple phases. This is phase one. Phase 1 is under 15%, so there are no stormwater facilities required to meet the town code of ordinances for Phase 1 development. As the development moves forward, and we are back before you again to get a second or third special use permit as Phase 2 and 3 are developed, there will ultimately be a stormwater pond in the southeast corner, which if you're looking at the site, the back left, that's where the runoff will drain to before it exits the property. And as previously discussed, under the previous project, it will be designed that the post-development runoff will not exceed the pre-development runoff. The town ordinance doesn't allow it, the code doesn't allow it, design, the state doesn't allow it, so there will be no increase of runoff from this piece of property.
And what is to the back of the property that if there was anything would be affected by this? Is it nothing?
The pond,
Right.
there's a 5, 10 acre, 8 acre pond, I'm not sure how big it is, but it's a large
Okay.
pond.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I had a quick question just regarding the very odd shape of this play space that you have here. It does meet the square footage requirements, but it looks to be about 12 feet wide to 15 feet wide for the majority of it, and then to the very top, it's at its widest. What do we think is going on there? I know with kids' things, you need clearance.
So to make sure I answer the question correctly, where are you talking about?
So it's the required play area for the number of units that you all are having put in here.
Okay.
So the square footage requirement is met. However, the actual shape of it, it looks like it's 12 feet wide at the bottom of it with a maximum of 22 feet wide at the top of it with a length of 165 or so feet.
So it's 2,300 square feet in total.
Right.
Mhm.
So I guess I'm just wondering what type of equipment would go on there.
I have no idea. I'm not an expert in the field of playground equipment, so I really don't know.
Right. I'm just thinking it would be designated as a play area, but I don't know what would be put on there. We might need to rethink the design of that.
Rain.
Question for you, Mike, with regard to the driveways and the parking areas. As this is proposed, this is not going to be public right-of-way deeded to the town for ownership and perpetual maintenance thereafter?
That is correct. This is a public access, public streets, and, private ownership for, rental. No public roads or access at all in the property.
So the developer or the property owner will own and maintain all the roads within this development?
That is correct. There will be public water and sewer utilities in easements that meet the town standards, but all the streets will be maintained by the Property Owners Association or the Homeowners Association. It depends on how they call it, but will be private.
One other question for Phase 2 and 3. Have there been discussions with the DOT regarding a turning lane?
There has been discussions. In 2000, the road was put in to add a left turn lane going what I'm going to call northbound into Cross Creek. So if you're going this way, the left turn, that exists. And the road was built wide enough to accommodate the left turn for this property, which is currently striped out. I don't know if you guys know it, but DOT is currently overlaying that road. And we have met with Bobby Liverman, and it is wide enough to accommodate that. And when it is overlaid, it will be restriped to accommodate the drive we, are proposing here. And he has reviewed that. He has not been sent a driveway permit. We're just not at that stage yet. But when we do, it will meet his criteria.
Any other questions? Any questions from the council? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
If there are no other questions, I will close this C, and do I hear a motion for us to go out of the joint public hearings? There's a second. All those in favor? Aye. Councils, do you have any comments? Any of you? Are you sleepy? Bedtime.
think we've talked enough.
I think so too.
Well, I do want to just address one thing, and that's that we were made aware of some deficiencies that we have as far as communication with our citizens. So the description that you had in the beginning of this of what can be said and what can be done at public hearings for rezonings versus special use permits, if we could get that put on our website or just have a little cheat sheet to hand out to people when they have questions like this, that would be ideal.
That's what I felt too, and that's why I didn't bear down, because when you have emotions, you know, sometimes you have to use common sense to get you through situations. So I agree with you 100%.
And then the second item, I spoke with Randy today, and I hope you all agree, we are going to try to split these apart so that people do come with sufficient traffic studies and with attorneys and whatever is needed. If we have first the rezoning, and if that's granted, then we go to the special use permit.
Keith, to speak to that quick, one thing I was thinking about when those comments were being made, maybe it would be appropriate when we know that there's a controversial rezoning and project to have a pre-meeting to prep the public for how the meeting will go and what they can say and what they have to bring as far as evidence.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, because I don't think anybody comes in here wanting to be, you know, wrong or hurt anybody, but, you know, they just are, the issue's close at heart. So I think we really need to give them information and communicate as well as we can.
One thing, it's been a long time since we've had development issues. I'm talking about anybody coming to us with developments. And I don't know whether it's low interest rates or what, but we're having a flurry. And so we really need to be on top of our game as far as communicating with the public.
If there are no other questions, do I hear a motion that our meeting is adjourned? Meeting is adjourned, so take it away, Patsy. Oh, all those, I thought they did. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned.
All right, 10:45 PM.